Did I update
Just being
that?
vague.
All right, folks, we are live. Welcome back to Pangburn. Yesterday, we had quite the clinic on how to be an empirical thinker. Hopefully today, for this group conversation, we will continue that trend, or at least take some of those lessons into today. I'm Travis Pangburn. Today, we are going to be talking about the Russian-Ukraine conflict. According to many different sources I've compiled, there's now 725,000 Russians dead or wounded, and 400,000 Ukrainians dead or wounded. Some of those statistics are how many have been captured as well, but this data is very difficult to parse. I'm gonna read some information, as we always do, to kick off these episodes. And this comes from a compilation of information from congress.gov, some Al Jazeera, some National Interest, ABC, Newsweek, Defense News, Radio Free Europe, France 24, and Kiev Post, and our friends at Wikipedia. Oh, and by the way, this came up last night in last night's episode. Wikipedia is the library, right? And the library will provide a summary of the citations that are used to inform Wikipedia. But when you're using Wikipedia, understand that the summaries Wikipedia comes up with, those aren't like the authorities, right? The authority on Wikipedia is the data that's being cited. So you always got to
looked this up the other day.
Yeah.
There's just real quick.
Yeah.
There's like a few hundred people that work at Wikipedia, but they have tens of thousands of professional volunteers from like high schools and colleges and universities and stuff that actually put the shit in there. I did not know that until the other day. I thought it was just the people who worked at Wikipedia, but it's not.
Right. Yeah. So what if someone like Wikipedia is not the source? The source is the material that is being cited on the Wikipedia page. So this gets confused all the time, and people are like, haha, you use Wikipedia as a source? It's like, no, that's not what's going on. You got to use it properly. Okay, Trusty Ape says they're a Wikipedia contributor. Cool. Awesome. But yeah, like there's lots of different people contributing and help edit. But the idea at Wikipedia is to be empirically accurate. Where you're going to see some bias is how the wording of, like, say it's describing an individual, and the summaries that are done at Wikipedia, they try to remove the bias out of it. But you're going to see it in those summaries, but that doesn't necessarily mean the summaries are bad or incorrect. It sometimes can mean that there's like some normativity coming into how people are describing certain individuals, but that's going to happen with almost any source, and you'll even find it in scientific journals and papers sometimes when people are describing the abstract of a study that was just done, for example. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that because that came up. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you, Trusty Ape. We got a bunch of you guys in the room right now. When you come in, if you guys could start us off big by smashing that like button, it really helps the live streams out. We're going to be talking Russian, Ukraine all day, and what it means, where things are at right now with the current escalations. But let me do some reading first for you. As of today, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine has intensified, marked by significant military escalations and international ramifications. Ukrainian use of long-range missiles. On the 1,000th day of the war, Ukraine employed U.S.-supplied Army Tactical Missile Systems, ATACMS, to strike a military facility in Russia's Bryansk region. This action followed U.S. authorization for Ukraine to utilize these long-range weapons against Russian targets. The attack targeted a Russian arms depot, resulting in secondary explosions. Moscow contended that such operations could not occur without direct U.S. involvement, suggesting potential retaliation. Russian missile deployment and nuclear doctrine shift. In response to Ukraine's missile strikes, Russia launched a new intermediate-range ballistic missile named Oreshnik against a Ukrainian military facility. President Vladimir Putin asserted that this missile, traveling at 10 times the speed of sound, is impervious to U.S. air defense systems and capable of targeting any ally of Ukraine. Concurrently, Russia revised its nuclear doctrine, lowering the threshold for nuclear weapon use to include responses to conventional missile attacks supported by nuclear-armed states. International involvement and escalation. The conflict has seen increased participation from international actors. North Korea has reportedly deployed approximately 10,000 soldiers to support Russian forces, particularly in the Kursk region. This development has raised concerns about the war's expansion and the involvement of additional nations. Western support and strategic implications. The United States and the United Kingdom have intensified their support for Ukraine by authorizing the use of long-range weapons, including the ATACMS and British Storm Shadow missiles. This strategic shift aims to bolster Ukraine's defense capabilities amid escalating Russian offenses. However, these actions have prompted warnings from Russia, with President Putin threatening to target military facilities in countries supplying arms to Ukraine. Current frontline dynamics. On the ground, Russian forces have made significant territorial gains in eastern Ukraine, particularly in the Donbass region. Despite substantial casualties and equipment losses, Russia's numerical superiority and willingness to endure losses have facilitated these advantages. Much like World War II, right? Because they lost 29 million people in World War II by this same type of, willingness to endure losses to gain ground. Ukrainian forces are under considerable strain, facing challenges in maintaining defense positions along the front lines. Humanitarian impact and civilian casualties. The intensifying conflict has led to a surge in civilian casualties and displacement. Russian missile strikes have targeted Ukrainian cities, resulting in significant infrastructure damage and loss of life. The international community has expressed concern over the humanitarian crisis, with calls for increased aid and support for affected populations. Diplomatic efforts and future prospects. As the conflict escalates, diplomatic efforts are underway to seek a resolution. The incoming U.S. administration under President-elect Donald Trump has indicated a potential shift in policy, with discussions about possible ceasefire talks. However, the path to peace remains uncertain, with both sides seeking advantageous positions ahead of any negotiations. In summary, the Russia-Ukraine war has entered a critical phase, characterized by heightened military actions, international involvement, and significant humanitarian consequences. The coming weeks and months will be pivotal in determining the conflict's trajectory and the prospects for a peaceful resolution. The title includes some casualty numbers here. Accurately determining casualty figures is difficult due to the fog of war, propaganda, and limited access to certain areas. So there's varied reporting happening with regards to the numbers, but it seems like around 725,000 Russians have been killed or wounded since the invasion began. And then around 400,000, there's been around 400,000 Ukrainian military casualties. So the numbers are a little bit all over the place here, but that's where the conflict seems to be at so far. Everyone in the room, please drop a like on the stream. It really helps the stream to get more people in here. Thank you for being with us. As always at Pangburn, we're going to keep things informational, on task, and we're going to be challenging people to provide the evidence for their claims, to be empirical about in support of what they claim to be the case. So please take a second to smash that like button. Really appreciate it. We're going to be talking about Russia, Ukraine all day here and all night on the Pangburn Network. I'm going to give you guys a link so that you can join the conversation. We are going to be talking about Israel-Palestine, I think, tomorrow. It's either tomorrow or Sunday, but just keep an eye out for that. Yes, we are live, Fedor. Here is the Discord link. Join the live discussion here. At the Pangburn Discord, if you join us for a conversation, just make sure you engage in good faith, helpful discourse. By good faith, I simply mean be sincere with your intentions to have a good conversation. And you should know what helpfulness looks like. You don't attack people, call them names, focus on arguments. You can attack arguments for sure. Yeah, Chris Wilson says free Palestine from Hamas. Yeah, exactly. That's what the Palestinians need to be free from. Anyways, we are going to be focusing on Russia, Ukraine today. So who has something to say? Star, do you want to start us off? Where are you at with this conflict?
Oh, I personally have been watching the Ukraine and Russian war since the beginning and updating myself practically daily. But I'm coming from a civilian point of view. I'm not into the military or anything like that. I know that I believe it was on the 18th. If I remember correctly, Biden went and basically okayed ATACM's long-range missile systems to be used. And basically because North Korea went and brain fog. Right. Russia brought North Korea into the fight, so in retaliation or whatever, the United States is like, yes, Ukraine, you can use our missile systems if it affects the Kursk region or whatever. And so that's how it started. Storm Shadows are not just the British, but it's also the French that donated those Storm Shadows. And when that happened, Russia went and started one of its largest attacks that it has done throughout the history of this war. And a huge air assault, lots of missiles and drone attacks and stuff like that. And the Ukraine, for the first time in its history, started seeing it using the F-16s in order to protect its territory. Poland got involved, I believe. This was the 19th, the 20th. Poland got involved protecting their airspace from possible Russian, missiles coming into their territory. And the United States was providing, I believe, tank reinforcements. I'm sure Bojangles can say it a lot better than me because I'm stumbling over my words.
That's okay.
And yeah, sorry.
We don't need to go through the entire history. I think we can dig through the information if we need it. Do you feel at all concerned that Putin is getting close to using a tactical nuke or something? Where are your own personal sentiments at?
Well, he's been saber rattling ever since the beginning. Basically, he whips out his nuke every time he so much as feels threatened. It's a pissing contest for him. But that being said, on multiple occasions, he made it very fucking clear where his line like it was a red line in the sand when it comes to long range missile attacks from NATO nation weapons. Yeah. And he has threatened his nukes on multiple occasions. My thing is that he's being cornered and he's a wild freaking animal. So if we're going to take him out, we need to take him out. Not a lot. I don't know. It's like, get the job done, because giving him any kind of leeway after he's made those threats, he might pull. I don't know. He's psycho. He might actually fucking do it one of these days.
And, okay, thanks, Star. Bojangles, are you with us? Earth to Bojangles, unmute if you are with us. Oh, he said, yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Anyone else? Well, reason why is I want to ask Bojangles about like this Vladimir Putin's assertion that they have this missile that's traveling at 10 times the speed of sound that is impervious to U.S. air defense systems.
Yeah, right.
We have those too, by the way.
What's that?
We have hypersonic missiles too.
Yeah.
China,
So
Russia, India, and us.
So what I'm first going to do.
ICBM failed. I doubt they can get their hypersonic to freaking work. Considering what their freaking submarines look like, it sounds like a whole bunch of paper dragon shit again.
Well, I do want to get Bojangle when Bojangles is ready. He can just unmute and say hello. But I do want to get Bojangles' thoughts on that, because he is currently serving in the military. So I just look this up. The United States employs a multi-layered missile defense strategy, including systems like the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, THAAD, and the Ground-Based Mid-Course Defense, GMD. These systems are designed to intercept various ballistic missile threats. However, the effectiveness of these defenses against hypersonic missiles traveling at Mach 10 remains uncertain, as such speeds can complicate interception efforts. So there's a bit of an expert analysis here from NDU, Ars Technica, and a few different things. While hypersonic missiles like the Oreshnik present significant challenges, expert caution against assuming they are entirely unstoppable. Advancements in detection, tracking, and interception technologies are ongoing, aiming to address the threats posed by such high-speed weapons. So, like, this could be Putin's smoke. It seems like the opinions out there are that, there's nothing that can really demonstrate Putin's claim to be true here. Although being a deadly weapon, it doesn't seem like it's a demonstrable fact that these cannot be stopped by U.S. Missile defense systems. Bojangles, what do you think about Putin's claims here?
It's a lot of obfuscation. So there's been a lot of confusion on the term hypersonic. Every ballistic missile, or at least every intercontinental ballistic missile, and typically most intermediate range ballistic missiles, are flying at hypersonic speeds when they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So when they're coming back down, they're flying somewhere between 5 and 10 times the speed of sound. So every single ICBM, every single IRBM, they are all hypersonics during their terminal phase when they're coming back in. Those are the types of missiles that our ballistic missile defense is designed to shoot down, because they're flying at a very predictable ballistic arc from launch to the mid-course phase and then to the terminal phase. So, no, he's kind of full of shit on that one. He's using the hypersonic hype to try and score like a propaganda win. What that doesn't mean is that every time somebody fires an ICBM that our missile defenses are going to be able to shoot all of them down every single time. There's
there's a probability. There's a probability factor there. Yep. But he presents it in this, like, in the way that Putin presents things very often, in this infallible way, as though he's got special access to the facts, in some way that no one else does. Very common rhetoric from him.
And well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
I was just gonna say, when he went to show off his submarine and bring it by Cuba to show it off, he had to bring a tugboat with him. We already know about the cardboard freaking bulletproof jackets. We already know about the tires made in China that exploded on day one. It's all show, and Russian corruption of their oligarchs within the military system has made it where they don't upkeep their vehicles and everything's breaking down. They were using guns that were so out of date, it was ridiculous. I highly doubt they have a hypersonic missile. The ICBM that they used yesterday failed.
They do have hypersonics.
Well, they do have hypersonics. Yeah, go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, we've had instances of Zircon missiles. That's a naval-based hypersonic cruise missile that have been shot down over Ukraine. So they do have them. It's just probably not in great numbers, and they are really leveraging their ICBMs to try and bolster their hypersonic claim. Because when people are talking hypersonics, they're typically talking like hypersonic glide vehicles or hypersonic cruise missiles that are designed to degrade or defeat missile defenses that we have as they currently stand. They're not talking about ballistic missiles.
Yeah. So they have four different types of hypersonic missile systems. They have the KH-47M2 Kinzhal, which is an air-launched ballistic missile. They have the 3M22 Zircon, ship-launched hypersonic cruise missiles. So these are ship-launched. Avangard, which is a hypersonic glide vehicle. So, and the Oreshnik, which we've already gone through, which is the intermediate range ballistic missile.
The only two we've seen actually fired are the Zircon and the Kinzhal. And the Kinzhal is them once again using ballistic missiles to try and leverage the claim that they have a great number of hypersonics. The Kinzhal is they took a missile launched hypersonic missile launched like ballistic missile munition and strapped it on the bottom of one of their interceptors. It's just an air launched ballistic missile. It is not a hypersonic weapon as the term has kind of come to be understood in the modern day. The Zircon is, the Kinzhal is not.
I don't think that, I'm sorry if I was, it's not that I don't think they're capable of it. I think they just oversell themselves, I guess is what I was saying.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with you that Putin and Russia in general have had this geopolitical policy to exaggerate their strength. Definitely. So now, just to turn things back a little bit on the United States here, Trump has claimed robustly and very confidently that he can come up with a way to end this conflict. I believe he said overnight. Okay, let's just say he's being Trump hyperbolic as usual. So he wants to initiate peace negotiations here. Has anyone been following what he plans on doing? I mean, here's a few items to kick us off. Immediate ceasefire and peace talks. One of the things that have come up, a demilitarized zone, and NATO membership moratorium. I think the Ukraine's going to have a big problem with that. Anyways, continued military support without direct U.S. troop involvement. That's something that's very in line with Trump's policies and wanting to keep U.S. troops off those grounds. Engagement with European allies. Trump's strategy involves collaborating with European countries to support the peace process. Diplomatic outreach to Russia. The plan includes engaging in direct dialogue with Russian President Vladimir Putin to negotiate terms acceptable to both parties. Call me cynical, but what the hell is Trump going to bring to the table that no one else has thought of?
He's full of shit.
He's going to bring charisma and the spirits of others who lean on Trump.
Yeah, I mean that's a decent point actually. That a lot of people think that it's like, Oh yeah, charisma is just like an empty thing. No, not necessarily. For certain guys like Vladimir Putin, I think we have evidence that he has responded to masculine or at least the act of masculine charisma in a positive way. Same with Kim Jong-un, like when Trump reached an olive branch out to Kim Jong-un when he was last in power. So okay, is charisma enough to, with to sway Russia out of the honeypot in some way, and is Putin
not make a deal with the devil.
with 750,000 Russians either wounded or killed so far? Are the Russian people going to be satisfied with some kind of like minuscule victory with winning part of the Donbass region for Russia? Like, is that what we think is going to happen? I mean, call me cynical. I'm recognizing myself being quite cynical about this proposition.
Such a pessimist. No, but I don't know if they mentioned or if you guys said this earlier, but what are they looking for? Have they mentioned what are they desiring?
We can go through this.
Who gets Crimea?
Yeah, well, let's go through right now. So, Ukrainians. We'll start with the Ukrainian objectives here. The Ukrainian objectives. The primary goals are territorial integrity, reclaiming all territories occupied by Russia since 2014, including Crimea and regions in eastern Ukraine. Sovereignty and independence, maintaining full political and economic autonomy, free from external influence or control. Security guarantees, seeking robust security assurances, potentially through NATO membership to deter future aggression. Accountability for war crimes, ensuring Oh, by the way, doesn't this remind you of something like security guarantees, Poland, 1939? Anyone?
Oh God!
Seeking robust security. Hang on. Seeking robust security assurances, potentially through NATO membership. Well, similar with what was happening with France and Britain at the time. To deter future aggression. I'm just saying, like, that's if we believe that this even a relationship or even with a NATO membership is going to deter future aggression, does anyone actually believe that? Or would it be just like, no, whatever you say is a new thing here. We have rights to this land. This land is Russian land, and we're going to take it. This is exactly what the attitude was of the Nazi regime with Poland. So
I really want to put Bo on the spot and hear what he has to say, because I know he's got something.
Yeah, go ahead, Bo.
What? What do you want me to talk about exactly?
Well, we were talking about what Russia is expecting, and then we were comparing it to things like World War II.
I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of hard to compare two entirely separate points in time and try and make them align.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that this idea that through allyship, now all of a sudden Putin's going to back off of what he believes is rightfully his.
We have nuclear weapons now. Article 5 means something. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, anyways, let me, so accountability for war crimes, ensuring prosecution of individuals responsible for war crimes during the conflict. So they want accountability here. Now, okay, Russia's objectives, and then we'll open up the discussion more. Russia's stated objectives have evolved, but generally include territorial claims, securing control over regions in eastern and southern Ukraine, including Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, and maintaining annexation of Crimea. Neutrality of Ukraine, ensuring Ukraine remains outside NATO and other Western military alliances. Protection of Russian-speaking populations, asserting a role in safeguarding the rights of Russian-speaking communities in Ukraine, which I would argue they already have. But this is part of what I view as Putin's conspiracy theory that Russian-speaking people are being killed and picked on because they're Russian-speaking. Complete conspiracy theory, as far as I'm concerned. That has no evidence to it.
According to him, the Inuit people are native Russians, and therefore Alaska belongs back in Russian hands.
Yeah.
Good luck in taking it. Like, basically, anyone who is genetically even sideways of Russia is Russian, and therefore their territory is Russian.
Well,
he's trying to reunite the Soviet Union.
Yeah, and then we have demilitarization and denazification, aiming to reduce Ukraine's military capabilities and influence its political orientation, though these terms are very broadly defined. So, the Nazi conspiracy theory is it's this huge thing. There are some identifying Nazis in the Ukraine, but there are also Nazis identifying Nazis in Canada, in the US, so anyways,
Russia.
Yeah, Russia. But anyways, I wanted to put it out there. These are the goals of either side, and do we really have is TriStar new to the chat here? Do they need a membership tag of some kind? It looks like they are. Yeah.
Hi, TriStar.
Welcome, TriStar. So TriStar, I'm going to give you the Pangburn Explorer role. You just have to leave the chat and come back, and you'll be able to speak. But anyone else who's got something here? Welcome.
Well, Prigozhin, his whole little military was literally their awards, their little medals that they would give to each other. Nazi symbols, the SS lightning symbols, you name it, the freaking Nazi eagle. You can look it up. You can look at their tattoos. Russian Nazis everywhere. Meanwhile, Zelensky is Jewish, and his family survived the Holocaust.
Yeah.
So
is the topic tonight about the Ukraine-Russian war? I'm assuming
it is. TriStar, what do you have to say? The floor is yours.
I guess you can say I'm kind of an isolationist in that I think at this time, just because of how much the U.S. has been involved internationally for 20, 30 years, I think we need to have a period. Let Trump negotiate a peace deal and work out the deal going on with the Israeli-Palestine deal. And then at that point, I think we need to focus on ourselves because we've got issues at home. How can you fix other people's problems when you have problems at home?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, I guess
what they were saying during World War II.
Well, one thing, TriStar. What do you think of this idea that it's just the right thing to do to support smaller countries that are being bullied by powers in this like expansionist type way? Is that not the right thing to do, or at least continue to supply them with arms?
Well, I mean, again, this is such a complex issue because, again, on the one hand, you think, okay, yeah, you don't want the little guy getting bullied, but at the same time, because of the fact that, think about this, the wars in the Middle East that the United States have been involved in go all the way back to September 11th of 2001. That's over 23 years.
Yeah.
And it seems like, it's like we just can't get a break. There's always going to be some kind of conflict. I get what you're saying on that, but, I heard somebody mention something about World War II.
I did.
Well,
yes.
And I did too.
Okay. Okay. Well, World War II, I feel like that's a totally different situation. World War II, you had an evil man in Adolf Hitler that was literally trying to take over everything. It wasn't just like he had a problem in one country. He was wanting to take over everything.
Well, I was just making
I was
Two seconds. I was making a specific comparison to Poland, right? The belief that Poland really does belong to the Germans, and this being one of the things that has Putin in the Ukraine right now. Parts of the Ukraine, some would argue, Ukraine in general belong to Russia, and so it's that is the part I'm showing in that, and specifically on that, this idea that like if Ukraine solidifies an official membership with NATO, that somehow that's going to have Russia put on the brakes. But this is like, and the comparison I'm giving to World War II in Poland is that Poland believed that they were safe from this in having an alliance with France and Great Britain. So that's the comparison I'm looking at. I'm not comparing the character of Putin with Hitler or the like expansionist goal and how wide that may be. I'm not doing that comparison.
Right, because I think the reason a lot of that is, at least with the Russian-Ukraine deal, is because if people don't know, Ukraine for centuries was actually a part of Russia, the old Russian Empire or, the Soviet Union. So my guess what it is when I say he, I mean Putin, is maybe he's trying to bring back some of those old Soviet, satellite states or something maybe. I don't know. Again, I'm not as well versed as I probably should be in international geopolitics.
TriStar, hold up just a second. I want to let you know that Russia has annexed lands that didn't belong to it from other countries than just the Ukraine, and Crimea wasn't the first time. Right now, Georgia is currently trying to get their annexed lands back. Okay, it's done it to Japan, their little islands. It's done it to Moldova. Right, they keep on threatening to do it to other countries, our allies, Poland being one of them. Okay, and they keep on bullying our European allies, and Ukraine is one of our friends who happens to have a lot of rare earth minerals that we like, and it also has a lot of fertilizer ingredients that we like, such as nitrogen and potash. They have that as well, and they tend to be the breadbasket for a lot of our friends who have food, who need food. And so that, like, being an isolationist country in this century is impossible, and they are our friends. And Russia is saying you're not allowed to be friends. We get to pick your friends. And that's a sovereign nation. And they're like, you have to be our puppet state. If you're not our puppet state, we take your land from you. Okay, and I don't know. I'm sorry, sweetie. Let me finish my thought.
Let's try start.
But the United States, are we going to be a country that stands up for our friends, or are we only going to be fair weather friends that stick around when it benefits us and then get the fuck out of Dodge when it doesn't?
Try start.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, like I said, I'm not going to claim I'm well versed in international geopolitics. But the thing is, I'll say with this, it seems like to me, I feel like the United States has been way too involved in international affairs for way too long. And I get what you're saying. You don't want the little man getting put down, but if that's the case, then why don't we just go after every dictatorial government? Why don't we go after North Korea and take out the Kim family? If we're talking about that, why don't we do that too? While we're at it. I mean, they can't touch us.
Aggression and defense of a sovereign nation that's also your ally.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, if you're going one, go all.
Warmonger. If we're going to defend somebody, why not just be a warmonger and take it all over ourselves, which would make us no better than Putin?
Right. So that's why I'm saying I think we have much bigger issues at home.
I mean, we can do it anyway, even if we wanted to. Like, that's just going for everybody is not going to work. Even we can't do that. We don't have the people. We don't have the equipment. We don't have the material. So we've got to focus on the regions that we're strategically interested in and align with our interests. And that just happens to be Ukraine at this point.
Mm-hmm. The Baltics are kind of important.
They're very important. We have a pretty big presence there as well.
Now, somebody was mentioning something about Poland. Now, one thing, I am a fan of old borders, and this might seem like a dumb take, but I do like the old Prussian borders. I don't know why, I just loved them.
Okay.
And I would not be opposed to see that come back. Just the old Prussian borders.
Why?
I don't know. I just like the shape of it. It literally looks like Germany had a mouth. It looked pretty cool, actually.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow. You're talking about people's lives and their countries and their
it could be
statehood.
dangerous to set boundaries based on the shape and the amusement that the shape gives you.
Yeah, like that is so, like, God forbid people from other countries hear an American saying that. That's insensitive.
I grew up in
but
Michigan,
okay,
and I thought
thank
it was
you
cool
for your
that
sharing
Michigan looks like a mitten.
If you're talking about that, I think Wisconsin should have the Upper Peninsula. I mean,
take it. I just need the mitten. You guys can have the little hair jumping over the mitten or whatever the fable tells.
But like I said, I'm just saying I think the U.S. has been way too involved in international affairs for too long that we've kind of letting things here domestically kind of go away.
You do know that Putin does sound like Hitler about reuniting Europe under one banner and having a master race that is bigger and better than the rest, and bringing all of the nationalistic pride of bringing all the genetic Russians back together again, like all of this stuff, creepy Hitler stuff. But okay.
When did Putin say that?
So Putin basically keeps on saying that he has to bring, how they keep on saying Ukrainians are Russian like us. They are Russian. They're not Ukrainian. They are Russian. They're genetically us, and they're literally doing that to all the other countries. They're basically saying you're us. Your land belongs to us. They're trying to bring back the old Soviet Union, and he has said it on multiple occasions, constantly, over and over again. You can look it up yourself. It's very obvious. He says it so many damn times.
Well, I'll say this, at least when it comes to, like you were talking about the whole them being Russians. No. Now the Ukrainians are Slavic peoples, but they're not Russian. Most of your Eastern.
Yeah, it's the Soviet Union, and it was Rus. The Ukrainian people were still Ukrainians.
Ukrainians are an ethnic group.
Yeah. But that being said, they are basically saying anyone who is ethnically Russian belongs to Russia. They're trying to reunite the Soviet borders. And, for example, like I said earlier, Putin said this. Okay, he even signed a little piece of paper saying this, that Alaska still belongs to Russia because the Inuit people are ethnic Russians.
They're Turks.
We heard it that first time. Here, TriStar, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So, U.S. getting their hands dirty in the international political engagements seems to have created domestic, I think is what you said, domestic issues within America. What exactly, if you know, and I'm with you, I don't know much about inner geopolitical stuff, but what exactly are we detrimenting here at home by allocating our time and resources out to Ukraine or whoever?
Sending hundreds of billions of dollars over to Ukraine when we could use that money here at home to
So
actually help the
money
people
is
that live
usually
here.
the big issue. Okay.
Like, why is it that, you want to fund that, but you don't want to help the people that actually pay taxes here and live here? And as I said, fix your own house instead of trying to fix someone else's.
Well, TriStar, do you believe that the billions that we have sent in Ukraine has been in cash?
Good question.
Not every single bit of it. I know it's in weapons and
The
military
majority of it
things.
has been in weapons that were in U.S.
Yep.
stockpiles that were about to expire. We were going to have to destroy. So by
Mhm.
supporting an ally that has resources that we trade with, we were actually supporting an ally that has sovereignty of their own country and creating new jobs in America to rebuild those stockpiles of the expiring weapons we were just going to be destroying, and they wouldn't have any use whatsoever.
Amen.
The U.S. supporting Ukraine
Yep.
has helped the U.S. I think maybe you've been a victim of misinformation or disinformation.
Mm-hmm.
The ATAC
Rock
crap their pants about.
It expires, and it is cheaper to destroy it than the refuel and put the rocket fuel back into a rocket.
Yeah,
And so-
let Bo respond real quick.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
hear him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the ATACMs everybody's been crapping their pants about, those are a decaying stock anyway. We're getting rid of the ATACMs, and that jump-started a new program called PRISM, which is a new missile system that is going to be replacing ATACMs. Guarantee you, if we weren't getting rid of the old stock ATACMs, they would be getting put on what's called a service life extension program, which would be, billions of dollars to rework the fuel, double check the warheads, make sure the flight profile on the rockets were still good. And instead, we're getting rid of them and getting a better system in place. So it's not all crap. There is some plus sides here.
Amen. You're right.
Other than financial,
Yeah, what you've fallen victim to is Russian propaganda.
Sorry, let's let someone talk. You've been jumping over people.
Russian propaganda.
Yeah, sweet pea. Basically, Russian troll bots, like robots that pretend to be human beings, have been flooding the internet, especially on the conservative side, right? Because they're trying to create this us versus them mentality within the United States. And so they started flooding one party line, right? And it was who wasn't in presidential power at the time, right? To create divisiveness. And it's Kremlin troll bots. It wasn't even human beings. It was human beings programming robots to sound like human beings. And they were spreading misinformation and propaganda and lies. And a lot of people fell into it because of the echo chambers from algorithms that you keep on getting exposed to within Google. And so a lot of this is Russian propaganda from robots that aren't even human beings. And then human beings fall for it and continue to spread it. Sorry.
Okay.
yeah. Anyway, TriStar, whether or not you were a victim of that, are there any other kind of?
I don't even know what that is, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know either, and I have a hunch that perhaps there was something other than that, which is the case. But
Well,
thank you for.
am
that,
I
Star.
wrong,
It's something
Bo?
for us to. Well, I have a hunch that you are, but I don't want to go into that. I want to talk more about maybe the allocation of money and resources that you're thinking about. I mean, what exactly, independent of international politics, we can talk about. What is America lacking? What about our house, as you use the metaphor? What about our house's foundation is missing that we ought work on, do you think? As a government, as a whole, as a polis? Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's kind of multiple things. I mean, the infrastructure, not this human infrastructure BS that you hear about. I'm talking actually like roads and bridges. You go into a lot of states. I'm a truck driver, so I've been all over this country, and you go in so many places. And I mean, you would think these roads and bridges have not been touched in 40 years and just falling apart. And not only that, another thing I don't get is the fact that, you know, you go a lot of places and, you know, I will say this, and yeah, I am a Trump voter, but I will say this. Like, to me, the cost of things has gotten so ridiculous. Like, if you're a working man, you can't afford to buy a home. You can't afford to hardly buy a car. You can't afford to hardly buy anything.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is that, you know, for example, people talking about the affordable housing. Well, I think as we've all seen, when you take a bunch of poor people and shack them up into buildings, you know, not individual houses, but when you just shack them up into buildings like a lot of these, you know, housing projects and a lot of these inner cities, it breeds crime, because it's the old saying, poverty breeds crime. So
maybe we could be allocating some of these $100 billion that we are to the government to, you know, some of these other issues.
Yes.
Brett wanted to say something related, not to disregard what you said, and I agree with pretty much everything that you just said. I will admit I'm ignorant of much of how we ought allocate our money. It's so complex, it seems to me, that my feeble brain would have trouble even understanding it. But Brett perhaps may have 2 or 3 cents on a related or different but similar topic. What's up, Brett?
Hey, not much, guys. Did I hear correctly? Was the question how our money, like at the federal level, should be allocated? Is that also the states? Where am I?
Yep, it started with, why are we spending time and resources and money on places like Ukraine? And again, a similar but different question, you know, how do we, in general, at a federal level, spend our money within our own country? TriStars seem to be under the impression that we should be more focused on fixing the issues that we have within our borders before we start helping other people's houses.
I completely agree with that point, especially on the roads, like they were talking about. If you don't have roads, you don't have food, the grocery stores. It's that simple. In terms of money for the budget with Congress, I mean, one of the first things that has to happen is lobbyists have to get out. They straight up have to get out, because there's too much corporate.
Get the corporations out.
There's too much corporate interest within government, you know, electing senators and House of Reps. There's a financial incentive, too much so in our medical system, which doesn't actually push for reform, but just basically, you know, keeps it status quo. The second point I would make is that, yeah, I can see where people are coming from with the finances around the world. We do need a stable world, you know, economy, because of how interlinked we are. How much funds go there could obviously be up for debate. We're in this situation where the United States was the world police for so many decades after World War II. You know, that now other countries, we have such a larger, you know, budget for our military that a lot of other countries at times, not all, but some, you know, find it difficult to, I would say, step up in a certain point. But yeah, I would just say that, you know, housing, healthcare, the things within the United States, like, there's major reform needed. It's not as easy to get a home, or, you know, wages did not keep pace with price of inflation and goods over the last couple of decades.
And do you think that that's an issue of spending too much money on things like government, or just improper allocating in general, or poor economy, not enough employment? I mean, what do you think one of the main moving factors is of that?
Well, if someone wants to get real about, TriStar said he voted for Trump, you know, like, when we say when you hear the phrase "Make America Great Again," there was a time period where the corporate tax rate was much higher under Eisenhower. People get angry about that today because I think they say they don't want higher taxes, but it's not. It's the taxes for the middle class and the lower class. That's not who we're talking about. We're talking about people who, the wealthiest within the country, who
million and billion,
like the top 1% of 1% is basically what
and this is where they might agree across the aisle. Bernie's been saying this for a long time, but people have called him crazy, and you got to wonder if that's resonating with different groups of people in a populist kind of way. Who's trying to shut that narrative down. I'll stop.
That was TriStar.
And see, I'll add to that. One thing I'll say as well. It's funny you mentioned Bernie. Like my family were all Democrats for a long, long time until Trump. And I asked my stepfather, who's a union iron worker. He's been a union guy for 30 years. And I asked him. I said, "So what made you switch?" And he said a lot of it was all this identity politics, all this identity stuff about, making it about gender or making it about race. He says, "I feel like they've forgotten about the working man." He said, "At least Trump tries to speak to the working man."
Yeah, I mean, that was some of the summaries that's coming out of where the Democrats went wrong in their messaging for this election that just happened. That's one of the big issues is the messaging did not seem to hit home with the working class, middle class people of the United States. There was that's where there was a significant percentage point difference in the election that we saw with Biden, and also 7% in election points gained with the Latino males. That was a big one too, which tend to be part of the working class as well.
Yeah, most Hispanics are definitely working class. Definitely, especially on like social issues like homosexuality or abortion. They're definitely way more conservative because a lot of them are Catholic.
Yeah, so let's make sure we keep it on topic here. We are talking about Russia-Ukraine war. So one thing I wanted to go through, and I wanted to check this. Is it true that if there is a declaration of war from the United States against Russia, and that doesn't necessarily mean nuclear war, right? But if there is a declaration of war, does the current power maintain their seat until the conflict is resolved? And I've heard mixed messages about that.
I think it depends. I think if it's a situation kind of like Pearl Harbor where Russia came and attacked us, or like 9/11 where we were attacked, on our soil basically, then yes. But if it's a situation kind of like with the Iraq war in the Middle East, then no. I think it just depends. Like, how would the U.S. population support it?
Yeah, so
would they be against it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as interested in what the U.S. population would have to say, whether they're for or against. I'm more, okay, here we go. Yes, political power in the United States can change even during wartime. The U.S. Constitution and democratic system are designed to ensure that government transitions continue regardless of the country's circumstances, including during war. Here are key scenarios. Presidential elections occur every 4 years, regardless of wartime. Historically, elections have proceeded during significant conflicts, such as the Civil War in 1864 and World War II in 1944. If a president loses re-election or reaches the end of their term, a peaceful transfer of power occurs as stipulated by the Constitution. Congressional elections, okay. It seems as though, according to the Constitution, this will happen regardless of whether we're in war times or not. I've just heard a lot of people spreading this rumor that, this is Biden and Kamala trying to start a war so that they don't have to hand over power. And I think those people saying that are just completely full of shit.
That's false. That's absolutely false.
And one more point on people who are talking about like taxing the rich. People do realize that was Kamala Harris's like number one campaigning point, right? Higher taxes for people making 400K and more a year, less taxes for the middle class, like lowering taxes for the middle class. But people never seem to talk about that. They just like seem to talk about like, oh, you know, Kamala Harris has had all this time. What has she done? Well, I can read you the list of what has she done throughout her political career, but that's another thing that always gets passed by the ears of people like who might be captured by like the Trump movement. I'm not saying that's you, TriStar, but there are people out there that are so captured by the Trump rhetoric and the people who support Trump, who are very powerful and powerful seats, communicative seats, where they're constantly talking to the world and the world's listening. Sometimes the other side, the information, the accurate information on the other side gets missed. But
Well, I'll say this since I am a Trump voter. So in 2016, I did not like either of them. I thought, okay, I'm not really a fan of either of them. You know, I ended up voting third party. I ended up voting Gary Johnson. I was like, fuck, hell with it.
yeah.
Because I live in Tennessee, so it's not going to matter.
And what can you remember what you didn't like about Biden?
He's too old. He's a part of that, establishment, neocon, neoliberal, war hawk, plus he's got a history of being, friends with Klan members and talking about how he didn't want his son going to a public school because it would be like going to a jungle. He actually said that. He was friends with Robert Byrd, who was a Klan member.
Okay, so
hanging out with guys like Strom Thurmond.
Right. So
Yeah.
Character stuff, but that character stuff doesn't seem to bother you about Trump, right?
Well, because Trump, again, he's not really that way when it comes to at least like the race stuff.
Well,
I mean,
there's been
he's has the sexual escapades and stuff.
well, there's been the same allegations against Trump that are against Biden with regards to the racism, right?
Well, the difference is with Biden, there's actually video and stuff where he was actually on the congressional floor. He was the author of the '94 crime bill, which took away a lot of black men from their families in the mid '90s. He's done a lot of bad stuff over his years and is extremely corrupt. And I'm sorry, no, I could never support that.
Yeah. But Trump has the 1973 housing discrimination lawsuit, the Central Park 5 case, birther movement, 2016 presidential campaign, targeting various racial and ethnic groups with slang and things like that. So, I think it would be quite far-fetched to say that Donald Trump doesn't have his same pile of allegations and instances that were demonstrated to be true of him, having that same kind of like old guy racism to them, which most, well, maybe not most, but many of our grandfathers and fathers probably still have some of that too. And I think you might be doing a bit of special pleading there and focusing on what Biden has been labeled with and what Trump, and not focusing on what Trump has. And the other thing, it's like Trump is a proven criminal at the federal level, and a proven criminal mind based on what's the legislative process that's gone through with Trump's crimes. Doesn't that weigh into the character discussion? 34 felonies. I don't care about that stuff. I don't care about the 34 felonies because, again, I'm looking at the core issues of today, and does his situation work for me? Or does Kamala Harris work for me? Kamala Harris, again, I can't. Number one, she's never been serious about anything in her life.
She
What do
was
you mean by
handed
that?
everything.
What do you mean
Well, she Kamala Harris comes off as so fake. Like in 1 minute, she'll talk about how she grew up in an Indian household in Canada, and she's an Indian person and all that. But then the next sentence she'll be in say Atlanta, and talk about how she washed her collard greens in a bathtub. And I'm like, come on, it's just a bunch of word salad and just fake.
Yeah, but
And
aren't these just like the common political talking points of the right that you're parroting here? Because if you actually look at Kamala Harris's history, her policy history, what she's been able to accomplish throughout her career,
extremely far left.
no, but these are like, she actually has political accomplishments. You said that she hasn't done anything. We went through all these last night, and I don't want to make this whole thing about. I'm just making a point about empiricism here, in that when you're saying like, it seems like you have a lot to say about like, this is what I didn't like about Kamala, but like you haven't said like the things you don't like about Trump and how those might
Exactly.
sway you.
I can give you plenty of stuff I don't like about Trump.
Here, I got a great question that may sum this up nicely. TriStar, what don't you like about Kamala that can't be attributed to Trump as well, if that makes sense? Do you understand what I'm trying to ask? I don't know if that was confusing or not.
I'm
So,
sorry.
what do you like, or what do you dislike about Kamala that can't be said about Trump?
Her history was being very far left. I don't mean like.
So what is
Trump
intrinsically bad about being far left?
Yeah, like
what does
the
that mean?
personality or the word salad
it's
of, you know.
Well, it's because of the fact, her, I just don't really want like Marxism and stuff like that in this country.
Yeah, we went through this last night, and we're getting into the deep weeds here. But I suggest TriStar, if you're interested, we went through the whole debunking of all of this last night, all of these talking points, because they are like the common political pundit on the right talking points about the left of Marxism and these things. And I don't think...
no, I'm not saying all Kamala voters are like a bunch of communists.
I know you're not
I'm
saying
that.
that. Yeah, but I'm saying the Democratic Party in the United States has basically next to nothing to do with Marxism, right? It has to do, like, there's a lot of Marxism on the right wing, right? Like Marxism, like if you study Marxist like ideas, every time you come into contact with like social policies like that Trump supports, out there, we're gonna do this for these people because they need help. Like you can describe this as Marxism as well. So it's like I think it's a very inaccurate way of talking about it, but I do want to bring things back to the topic because I don't want to piss off our audience.
Yeah, this is about Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah. But we have a lot of you guys listening on YouTube. Please drop a like, smash that like button if you're enjoying the stream. We're going to be talking all night about the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I went through the escalation issues, and a lot of people have been talking about here that I was listening to when I had to take a quick break there, that like, why would the United States be involved in supplying arms to the Ukraine? Why would the U.S. ever do that? Can anyone come up with good reasons to do that? Because we've been talking about the negative reasons, like, oh, we need to take care of ourselves here. But isn't it a good thing when another nation, a big bully, invades a country and starts killing people and pushing their way to the capital? Isn't it a good thing to supply them with arms, especially when you're a rich, powerful country that cares about democracy and wants to see the world at peace? You might think that it's like, oh, it's so contradictory to be like, want to be a peaceful nation, but yet you're supplying arms to another nation. But that nation is trying to defend itself against an invasion. Let's not forget about that. I mean, like, as far as I'm concerned, the good thing to do is to be pumping Ukraine full of armaments, full of arms, so that they can adequately defend themselves and have successful targeting of missile silos and military targets inside that country that's doing this to them, because those military outlets are supplying the war machine that is currently pushing its way, bullying its way through the Ukraine. So, I mean, I think it's a great thing that the US and Canada and all these different countries have been supplying the Ukraine with arms. Do I like war? No, I hate it. I think Russia should fuck off and go home and leave the Ukrainian people to their lands. But they won't do that. I'm sick and tired of Putin convincing so many people on this side of the world that he has some kind of fucking righteous claim to any of this land, the same way that Hitler and the Nazis felt like they had a righteous claim to Poland. I'm open for suggestions of how I'm wrong.
I agree that you don't promote violence by aiding in defense. I guess the only thing you'd have to worry about is trying to predict what will Putin do when we give this flow of armamentarium, or whatever you said, and arms to Ukraine. What will be the result of that? Will it be an ideal result, or will it exacerbate the situation?
In a situation like this, I guess my response to that,
just make it worse.
well, why should we give a fuck what the invading bully feels in this situation? Why should we give a rat's ass about what the bully who has invaded a peaceful country? Why should we give a rat's ass? He should listen to what the nations who are trying to defend peace have to say.
As long as he doesn't nuke
Somebody's
us.
trying to ask me a question?
Yeah. Everyone, go ahead.
TriStar, you love the red, white, and blue, right? And the freedom and the democracy and all of that jazz.
Of course. Right? I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
Ukraine does too. Okay? Ukraine does too.
Okay.
And it is and Putin's Russia is not a free country. They take people's right to practice religion, and it's only if the state allows it. It is a dictatorship. It's a dictatorship.
I agree with you on that.
Okay,
Yes,
TriStar agrees with you. So where's the? So you're telling TriStar things. He probably you're mentioning to him as though he disagrees.
I'm sorry, because I'm trying to understand why he wants us to be an isolationist country and allows people
a good question.
Because I'm tired of being the world's police and hearing things like that. I mean, I swear, I thought I was listening to George W. Bush for a minute. Talking about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
Okay. That being said, we are the largest country in the world. Our military budget really is, like, if you take the next 9 countries and add them together, it does not equate to our military budget. So, and that's because when you are the largest country and you carry the biggest stick, there's a bit of expectation there. And honestly, like, it doesn't matter. You are damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you don't help, you're a monster. If you do help, you're a monster. So we probably should try to do what's right and stop caring about what the rest of the world thinks about it.
Okay. But again, are you wearing a Halliburton t-shirt right now? Is John Bolton sitting at your house? I swear.
I'm the only Trump
you sound like John Bolton's wife right now.
Trump voter in this room right now, dude. I'm your only half ally.
Well, I think there might be more, but
I can handle myself.
Yeah, but
I can thank you.
No. It's all everything's very let's keep things lighthearted, but feel free to let your passions flow here.
That being said, I'm sorry. It's just they are our allies. Like, we are friends with them, and they if you want to talk about how it benefits us, if it's just all about how it benefits the United States, rare earth minerals, some of the largest reserves, the biggest amounts that China doesn't own, happens to be in Ukraine. So if we want to keep on building our batteries and keep on going and getting our little goody goods, then I guess we need Ukraine for that too. Okay. And if it's not the heart issue, at least look at it as a trade issue.
Okay, so you're saying, over our financial interests, we should still be involved in Ukraine, involved in foreign wars and everything. Okay, now let me ask you this. Now this ties to this, because I'm sure, as you know, we've had a fentanyl issue the last several years. My sister last year overdosed on fentanyl and passed away.
Yeah,
So how
China.
would you feel? Yeah, how would you feel about the U.S. Special Forces, not infantry, but special forces, going and taking out and eradicating all the drug cartels?
Well, considering, honestly, my perspective is we send our money to a whole bunch of countries that hate our guts.
Exactly.
And they don't need our help, but we have a neighbor south of the border that might be willing to accept some of our help, that we can help them get rid of their cartels. I don't think we need to force our will upon them. But I bet they would be willing to accept the aid.
Well, okay.
Instead of another country that hates us.
So
Maybe
Star,
that would work.
TriStar and Star. I just want to. Oh, it's TriStar and Star. I love it. I want to go to. I want to go to Canaman here. Go ahead, Canaman. You're up.
Yeah, TriStar, I'd just like to put a point to you directly, and maybe have you see the Ukraine conflict in a different light. We, as Americans, were once British citizens. You agree?
Well, yeah. Then we got our own independence.
Right. Just like Ukraine got their own independence and Georgia got their own independence when the former Soviet Union broke up.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be okay with you if the Crown decided to send forces over here to reclaim their original 13 British colonies? Because that's what... That's a direct comparison to what Russia is doing in the Ukraine now.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, first off, Georgia is not free. Georgia's, just 10 miles from my house. I can be in Dalton, Georgia in about 5 minutes, Just want to point that out. Well,
yeah.
Anyways. Funny if people in Georgia weren't struggling right now. I don't know. Maybe I don't have a sense of humor.
Wait. People in Georgia are struggling. Have you been to Atlanta?
I thought he was going to be serious. My bad.
Yeah, he's not going to be serious.
No, I'm being serious. Listen, okay. So when it comes to the issue with Ukraine, again, I see what you're saying. Like, look at our situation. Like, what if England was to try and come over and take back the 13 colonies and all that? I see what you're saying. But again, I'm just saying, I think with the issues we have here at home, we need to focus on what's going on in our own house instead of trying to worry about what's going on over there. Now, if you're talking about trying to work out a peace treaty, to work out a ceasefire, so that way people stop dying, I'm all for that.
All for that, even at what cost though? What cost is it acceptable for them to lose their freedom?
There'll be no more deaths and people stop dying, and he agrees to pull back, and basically saying that if he does not, then they will have an issue with us.
Will they be living under tyranny? To have their lives, but be living under tyranny? Are you?
I'm saying that Russia will. What I would do is I would get Russia to agree to pull back all their forces and give back the occupied land back to Ukraine. And
how are you going to do that?
Basically tell them, like, this is how it's going to be. And if it does not work, then you got to deal with us.
So
okay, now you're talking.
Why should we have to do that?
Let's let Canna Mama get in here. Go ahead, Canna.
Okay, why should we have to just stand by and wait for them to do what we say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could just go the extreme route and just nuke them. You could just do that to get the point across, but obviously nobody's ever actually do that.
Okay, so you're willing to nuke them, but you're not willing to send Ukrainians weapons so they can defend themselves. But you're willing to nuke a group of people. That's okay.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that if you feel that strongly about it, then, we've been sitting on these warheads for 50, 60 years. Why not use them?
Dude, we're like,
That's exactly what we're doing. We are sending them to Ukraine to be used.
yeah.
No,
except
no,
for the
no.
nukes.
We're sending conventional
Except for the
weapons.
nukes.
I'm talking.
But the conventional weapons are in storage. You do understand that. We're sitting on old weapons that we're going to decommission. And instead of decommissioning them, we are sending them to Ukraine and billing them for it so they owe us money.
All right,
Right?
you guys, let's not yell into the mics. I love the passion.
Sorry.
It's just hard to listen to if we do that.
Sorry.
So I wanted to read one thing, and then we can get back to this because this is very interesting what you guys are talking about. I want to go to public support for Russia-Ukraine war. It varies significantly between the two nations and has evolved over time as this conflict has progressed. So in Ukraine, there's been a shift toward negotiations. A Gallup poll conducted in November 2024 revealed that for the first time since the conflict began, over half of Ukrainians, 52%, slightly over, favor immediate negotiations to end the war, even if it involves territorial concessions. This marks a significant change from February 2022, when 73% of Ukrainians prefer to continue fighting until total victory. And then the definition of victory, the same poll indicated a shift in the perception of victory, with fewer Ukrainians now considering the reclamation of all lost territories as essential. And then in Russia, there's a high support for military actions. So as of October 2024, approximately 90% of Russians approved of President Vladimir Putin's activities, reflecting strong support for the government's actions, including the military campaign in the Ukraine. Perception of the conflict. A survey by NORC at the University of Chicago, published in January 2024, found that most Russians view the war in Ukraine as a defense against threats from NATO and the West, with many reporting little personal impact from the conflict. And then here's the international perspective. U.S. public opinion, a Pew Research Center survey from July 2024 highlighted a partisan divide in the United States regarding support for Ukraine. Approximately 34% of Americans viewed Russia's invasion as a major threat to U.S. interests, down from 50% shortly after the invasion began. Republicans and Democrats differed significantly in their perspectives on U.S. responsibility and support for Ukraine. So I just wanted to give that update to kind of summarize this. Ukrainians, went from 73% in February of 2022 down to 52% with regards to, the 52% being in favor of negotiating to end the war. So obviously this is on their soil. They're feeling the hurt of it. Let's get the negotiations going. Seems to be what the Ukrainians are in favor of. Now, let's be clear, that's only half the people, slightly more than half that are interested in this. There's also the other half who are not. And then, we get down to this thing about Russian polling. It looks like this was done by Statista. How we do get to this, Russia does have a history of being caught, with releasing false information statistically, but it looks like these polls were done by NORC out of University of Chicago and by Statista. Okay, so
how are they polling Russians from the University of Chicago?
Let's figure that out. And these are good questions because, and these are questions that really encourage people to get ChatGPT 4.0. I'm not sponsored by them, but if you know how to use these tools properly and make sure the citations and references check out, it's an amazing tool. So now we can ask, how is the University of Chicago getting stats on Russians?
I would, Trav, as you're looking that up.
Yep.
I would be suspect of a poll from Russia of that kind, just because they don't actually have free speech.
Yeah,
So,
let's. This is why it's worth looking. So that fact you just leveled out there, Brett, doesn't necessarily mean that this information is wrong, but it's worth, I think, investigating, because there is a history of releasing false information, false attitudes about what the people want. So here's the methodology. International Data Collection Partnership, NORC, collaborates with international vendors to facilitate data collection within Russia. These partnerships enable the organization to navigate local regulations and cultural nuances effectively. Mobile phone surveys. Recognizing the widespread use of mobile phones in Russia, NORC conducts surveys via mobile phone interviews. This approach allows for broader reach and accessibility, ensuring a more representative sample of the Russian population. Use of native Russian speakers. To enhance the accuracy and comfort of respondents, interviews are conducted by native Russian speakers. This practice helps to build rapport and ensures the questions are understood as intended. Sample size and margin of error. For instance, in a survey conducted in November 2023, NORC completed interviews with 1,046 Russian adults. The overall margin of sampling error for survey was plus minus 3.4% percentage points, indicating a high level of precision in the results. And then there's some challenges and considerations. Freedom of speech limitations, like Brett just brought up. Restrictions on free expression can influence respondents' willingness to share honest opinions, potentially leading to self-censorship. Political climate, the ongoing conflict and Russia's geopolitical stance may affect individuals' openness to participate in surveys, especially those conducted by foreign organizations. Data reliability, ensuring the authenticity and reliability of the data requires meticulous methodological planning and execution to mitigate biases and inaccuracies. So, there is a lot to be done to overcome these issues. But the demonstration of an overall margin sampling error of plus minus 3.4 percentage points is an indication of high level of precision in the results, and that comes from NORC's data on polling in general. So
honestly, when you were talking about all of that stuff earlier about how the Russian people don't feel affected by it, by their daily lives and stuff like that, I was like, okay. And the reason they want to keep on fighting is Western nation pressures or whatever. What was going on in my head was, okay, so now we know what triggers them and how to get to them and how to put pressure on them. Maybe what Ukraine is doing is right. Maybe long-range missiles will make them realize the war is real. It's not just a military action. Your people are dying in a meat grinder. Maybe you need to give.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Who's trying to get it? Oh, Chris X, welcome. Is your mic working? Chris? Check. Chris, you with us? Anyone else have anything to add after what we read there?
I mean, again, it sounds like most people now are just kind of getting tired of it.
Well, I don't know. People's lives are on, like, I understand, like, news travels quick and it's old hat news and stuff like that. But this is people's lives, and they've been struggling day in and day out in order to keep their sovereignty. This is day 1003 for them.
So
let's
and that's going, oh, this is boring, I want to move on. Like I feel bad for them.
Let's test
this is their life.
Chris, I want to
okay, I would like to adjust the white dude for Kamala down here on a couple of points. First, Ricky, would you like to start with Ukraine or the ridiculous stuff you were saying, beforehand? All right, how about this? How about just the fact that, after, World War II, we developed something called NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. counter Russian, threat to Europe. Okay. Now that's a block people don't know to counteract Russian, supremacy in the area, blah, 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 blah. After the Berlin Wall fell, we literally said we would not move one step closer towards Russia's border, okay? Now, we are trying to bring fucking Ukraine into our defensive military alliance. Okay, that would be like if the Chinese or the Russians had a defensive military alliance and we're trying to bring Mexico into it. We would not stand for that one bit. So that, like the narrative that like we are just that Putin's some crazy warmongering.
That was the Soviet Union and not Russia, first of all, nor did we sign any piece of paper. We went and said...
Wasn't that the Warsaw Pact? Wasn't that the Warsaw Pact?
It was not the Warsaw Pact, no. But when the Berlin Wall fell, we said that we would not move any closer to Russia's borders, one inch. Now, if you just put yourself in their shoes.
Show me the signed piece of paperwork.
If Mexico or the Canada was that they were trying to bring them into, Russia's military alliance, defensive military alliance, would we put up with that? Absolutely not.
Yeah, you wouldn't invade Canada. Wouldn't happen.
Damn right we would.
No, you wouldn't.
I'm pretty sure Russia had a nuclear sub next to us not that long ago, and Cuba still exists.
Well, no, and we said that we would end the world, that we would go to nuclear Armageddon to prevent the Russians from putting their missiles into Cuba. That was a clear red line, Kennedy and Khrushchev, and everybody supported that. Why is it so different in this situation?
Okay. Well, where do you want to start?
Was there a nuclear submarine with a nuke on it right off of our coast? Not the, 3 months ago?
And also,
doing military drills right off the coast.
That's irrelevant, though.
I just
want to add that Canada goes and does military drills with China on our borders, and Canada still exists.
Well, actually, I was just speaking to Canada. I was just going to add really quick. I'm in favor of invading Canada because I need a highway connecting Alaska and the United States.
Yeah, good luck with that. If the United States ever did something as stupid as invading Canada, which is best friends with almost every nation on this planet, the United States would be fucked.
We like the Canadians. They are our favorite war criminals.
Gonna fucking side with the Chinese to invade? No. But bringing Ukraine into our military alliance, which, by the way, there was a secret communique released by WikiLeaks, okay, which was not meant for public consumption.
We literally told Ukraine they couldn't
let him finish.
We denied
hang
their
on,
NATO.
Star. Let's let Chris finish. Chris, go ahead.
Sorry.
There was a communique between, I believe it was Blinken to Condoleezza Rice, who was the Secretary of Defense at the time, something like that. It's called the Niet Means Niet memo. Now, this was not meant for public consumption, but basically it was it's a red line to to bring Ukraine into our military alliance that Russia, Putin will absolutely not stand for it. They've been invaded through there several times. That to have them as part of our military defensive alliance is a red line for Russia. Do not do it.
Yeah.
They will go to.
So you believe Putin's nonsense. You believe Putin's nonsense that the reason why Putin's in hang on. You believe the reason why Putin is in Ukraine right now because of the threat of NATO? You believe that? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
He Crimea before the threat of NATO, right? He took Crimea before. That's kind of why the Ukraine wanted to join NATO because the fucking Crimea.
So he took Crimea. By the way, he did that. There was very little vines of Crimea. Essentially, they needed access to a warm water port. And
I'm sorry. They went and moved all their Russians in.
Star, you gotta let Chris 2 seconds. Star, we gotta make sure we don't talk over each other. Let's go one by one. Chris, continue, and then we'll go to Star.
So what I'm saying is that Putin has made it very, very clear many times that it is a national threat to their sovereignty to have a country right on their border, becoming involved, a member of a military alliance, and that they will not allow. That is a threat to their sovereignty, exactly the same way as like the Cuban Missile Crisis. And who the hell could blame them? Put yourself in their shoes. Again, if Mexico or Canada was the same thing, we would not allow it 1 second. So
what would you do? What do you mean?
It's some kind of war hungry, crazy fucking is ridiculous. It's just silly, and we can get into it. But go ahead.
Yeah, so what about the Donbass war that's been going on since 2014? You think that has to do with the threat of NATO?
The warm water port, where actually, yeah, it kind of does.
Well, that doesn't really compute.
You really drank all the Kool-Aid, didn't you? You didn't leave any for anyone else.
Well, Star, let's not attack.
Hey, I love drinking the Kool-Aid. I like cherry Kool-Aid, by the way.
I want to read. I just want to read the data on this, just so we can get an update. So, Ukraine has been actively pursuing membership in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO) for several years. This aspiration intensified following Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the ongoing conflict in eastern Ukraine. This is the Donbass war I've been talking about. In September 2022, Ukraine formally applied for NATO membership. At the NATO summit in Washington in July 2024, alliance leaders declared that Ukraine is on a irreversible path to membership. They agreed to remove the requirements for a membership action plan, streamlining Ukraine's accession process. However, they also stated that Ukraine can join NATO when all allies agree and specific conditions are met. While NATO has expressed strong support for Ukraine, full membership has not yet been granted. The alliance continues to provide substantial military and financial assistance to Ukraine amid its ongoing conflict with Russia. So how is it different? So how is it different from what do you see a big difference in what NATO would be doing if Ukraine is actually an official member of NATO right now? Do you see a big difference in what the U.S. and the rest of NATO would be doing to support?
Unfortunately, no. You might have a point there, because we're already supplying them with billions of dollars of weapons and money, to fight with Russian soldiers directly. You can remember how much of a fucking hissy fit that we had when it came out that Putin, which wasn't true, was giving bounties on U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan, and we were already getting all up in arms. But the fact that we're giving them billions of dollars and weaponry, and now we did, just saying that it's okay for us to use U.S. weapons to launch into Russia, like this isn't a huge provocation. Like, we're not being dicks here, is saying, okay? So, unfortunately, there's not that much of a difference, but there should be. And by the way, 2014, we essentially, I don't know if you call it a coup, but the Yanukovych government, how we supported that, and we essentially basically funded and supported a pro-Western ruler in Ukraine, in Zelensky, over the current regime. So yeah, we kind of even overthrew their, or at least influenced their election, and then we give them billions of dollars of money and weapons. Can you not see how maybe, just maybe, Putin has at least a gripe?
Anyone? Brett, go ahead.
I would just go back to my point earlier about free speech and name that Russia, for 40 years after World War II, was not trustworthy. Their spies and everything with the Cold War, I think, is pretty straightforward history as far as where Stalin was going and when the secret police was created. I don't think it changed much after the Berlin Wall. Chris, I see your point about Putin making demands and, basically being assured of what would happen geopolitically around them. But if Ukraine wanted to join NATO voluntarily, that's something a democratic country should be allowed to do. And so, yeah, I think that if Russia had a history in the last couple of decades of humanitarianism and not jailing what do you call them, journalists because they disagreed with the government, like you can literally be put in jail without a trial if you're a journalist.
And you say democratically elected, but again, we influenced the 2014 election. It's borderline, us overthrowing or coup. But we installed a pro-Western leader in 2014. So how democratic is it? Is it really? And I mean, all these things you're saying about Russia, a lot of that's say about the U.S. And like, okay, well, how about Cuba? Let's go back to Cuba. Any free nation should be able to put any nuclear missiles that they want in their country, correct?
To put what the U.S. has done in equation with what Russia has done, I would say is we don't have a fundamental agreement on epistemological of what they've done in history. I'm sorry, it's just not. I mean, it's not comparable.
This is not like tit for tat. Like Ivan did this and, Scott did that. No, I'm talking about the current military situation. And, I don't understand why we're giving hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons and, aid and all this kind of stuff to Ukraine, by the way, corrupt ass country. You want to call them a democracy? No, there's some shady, corrupt fuckers over there. Also, let's not pretend like Ukraine is some bastion of democracy because they're not. And like, why are we giving hundreds of billions of dollars and all this weaponry to a country we should not be involved? Why the hell are we even involved?
Why do you think Ukraine is? Did you just say Ukraine is not a democracy?
No, technically it is. But if you're going to tell me that they're not extremely corrupt,
well, let's fact check. Let's go one by one.
Let's fact check this. Zelensky was supposed to be up for re-election, what was it, a year or two ago, and they didn't have those elections. So let's talk about that. And let's talk about how up and up Ukraine is. Let's talk about that.
Okay, you're saying there was an election skipped?
Pretty much it.
Okay. All right. Yep. They postponed scheduled national elections due to the ongoing war and imposition of martial law. Under Ukrainian law, elections cannot be held while martial law is in effect. So this is consistent with this isn't just a Zelensky thing. This is just what's written into their legal code. So
I'm just saying and talk about real Nazis. People like you always create Nazi. They have real Nazis there.
What are you talking? There are real Nazis in Russia. There are real Nazis in Russia as well. There's real Nazis all over the planet. Chris, I haven't heard Chris say much about what he doesn't like about Russia's invasion into this nation that didn't want any war with them.
Well, I haven't heard you say much about what you don't like about, Ukraine and that whole everything I was talking about. But I like what I just agreed with you that there was a postponing in the election, but I don't think there's a problem with that. Do you think there's a problem with that? You don't.
Okay, then tell me something. Tell me something.
So I'll answer the question. What don't you like about Ukraine, becoming part of a Western military alliance and us sending hundreds of billions of dollars of
No, I think it's I think it's the smartest thing Ukraine could do to want to be a part of NATO because of the threat of Russian expansionism and aggression. So Ukraine has every right to want to become part of NATO, and NATO has every right to accept them as a member, and they don't have to give a rat's ass about what some bully from Russia thinks about it. They don't have to care. I like the United States of America that doesn't get bullied around by what Putin might do. I think that's a pussification of what the United States of America is.
We are broke. Okay, we're paying 70%.
You're not broke. The United States is not broke.
We actually are spending money.
We pay, we have no interest in Ukraine. That's great.
You're making money off of Ukraine, unfortunately.
I'm just saying that you're so pro-Ukraine. I mean, I don't get it. It sounds
you
like
move
Because
there?
they've been invaded by a foreign entity that had no good reason to invade them. And
Do you know
now we have
Here's what I'm saying.
now we have
about
half a million.
in order
Hang
for
on.
them to fucking join an alliance and be like, yeah, let's go to war.
Two
To
seconds.
fucking piss off the Swiss and the Swedes.
Here's what I say about all this,
Yep, go ahead.
real quick. So if you're so pro hell bent on helping Ukraine so much, this is for anybody. You know you can go over there and fight if you feel this strongly about it. Pack up
First
your
of all,
shit.
I'm an
and go over
epileptic,
there.
but I've actually done plenty to help
Oh,
you.
my fiance's an epileptic. So, okay.
But you know what? You are someone who
Yeah, that's a stupid
literally
argument.
know nothing about the subject and have an opinion on it. You literally admitted you
I've
know
been
nothing.
listening and I'm
And you
giving
have
my
an
opinion.
opinion.
Since
I
I've
know
been
a lot
listening.
about it,
All
and
right.
I agree with you.
All right.
If you feel that strongly, go over there, arm up, and go over there.
Well, I want to. I want to.
That's a
Alright,
such
just watch
a.
Let's let Don. You guys, hang on.
And abandon his friends, and it's
If
time
you-
to
if
leave
you-
because
1 second,
some
sorry.
fucking
Hang on, Star.
asshole wants
Sorry.
Let's let
Sorry.
Don.
I just want to
come in
quickly say that this idea of like, oh, if you really care about it, go there or move out of America.
Yeah.
These are really like lame, bad faith arguments. What people are advocating for is to let a sovereign nation be able to defend itself by sending over arms that the U.S. has that otherwise probably we're going to get decommissioned or broken apart or wherever it might be. No one here wants to go fight Russians right now, literally on the ground, which is why they will support Ukraine's effort at stopping Russia so this doesn't develop and push over into other NATO nations. So just think about it for 5 seconds. No one actually here who supports Ukraine is going to literally say, I'm going to go fight. If they wanted to go fight, just like many other Americans did, they got a ticket, they went to Ukraine, and they volunteered.
It wouldn't be a thing
Exactly.
unless we
We're just
supported
supposed to
them.
be
They
what?
actually
Fair
gave out a
weather
peace
friends,
agreement. They had a peace
cowards?
agreement. We sent Boris Johnson from the UK over to squat. Before this even got going, they had an agreement on the table, ready to be signed, so that Russia would not invade the Ukraine, but we squashed it and told them not to because we were going to support them. And the Ukraine would already have more land and territory. Google that. Google that. We sent them over there. They could have done much better, and we could have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Not to mention, we're fucking broke. Why are we sending hundreds of billions of dollars
You're not
over
broke.
to Ukraine and weapons and flirting
We
with
are
World
broke.
War
We're
III?
fucking
And
over
why are we-
everyone.
Hang on, you guys.
The
You
Donbass,
guys.
I don't give a fuck about the Donbass. What?
Talking
Why?
over
Why?
everyone, Chris,
Okay.
doesn't make you right.
Hang
Being
on, Star.
aggressive doesn't
Star.
make you right. And
Star,
how
you
can
need
you
to
do that?
stop. Star.
Sorry, one
Just
sec.
passionate.
You
I
got-
apologize.
it's
too.
okay.
I'm just
Yeah,
being-
yeah.
I'm
Let's
just
calm down a
passionate
bit.
about it.
I wanna get
So
in-
insane.
It's all good.
So insane.
It's all good. Thanks, Chris. I want to get Bucky Balls in here. He's been waiting with his hand up. Bucky, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry I came in late. I was doing calculus, but first off, hi Chris, welcome to the server. I did have a couple questions for you. So first off, and this should be a really easy one, do you condemn Russia invading Ukraine?
Well, I don't like that question because it seems like you're trying to bring me into like I condemn or some language or that I have to say.
No, I'm just curious.
Do I think it's a good thing? No, but that doesn't make it one. That doesn't make it a one-sided issue.
Yeah, it's certainly not a one-sided issue, but like I would consider it a bad thing. I mean, would you?
Sure. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and then the other point, and I just wanted to say that because I just want to clear the air and make sure that we all agree on something, right? Like invasions are bad, corrupt governments are bad. And the second part is about democracy. You mentioned that Ukraine isn't a democracy because they skipped an election. I would ask, like, is
That's
the
not what I
United States?
said. Not what I said.
Oh.
But go ahead.
Well, you said they're not a democracy.
They're not. I know. I said they're not a bastion of democracy that we painted them to be through our propaganda. Right. So I was just giving certain specific examples, being their corruption and being how the ruling party is did not have the election. It's just a whole bunch of things just to show that like it's not the rainbows and unicorns orcs versus fucking the elves. I mean, I'm getting nerdy here, Lord of the Rings, but yeah. Hey,
So your claim isn't that it's like not a democracy. It's just that it's not like a perfect place, and it's it's not North Korea, but it's definitely not like Athens or something like that.
all right, fair enough.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because it sounded like the claim was going on that it wasn't a democracy, and I was like, I don't know. It's not as good as the U.S., but even the U.S. kind of sucks. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, we'll agree with that. It's not good though. But just my point was the narrative is completely weird. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, do you guys think that we should have our funds stolen from us to fund this war? That's
Good
really
question.
what this all boils down to.
Yeah, how many hundreds of billions of dollars should we give them when, like, people who suffer from, the hurricanes and, the South get $750, that's it, per household. And, we're literally heading off a financial cliff, but we have hundreds of billions of dollars for other countries. Because why? Because we give a fuck about the Donbass?
Yeah, but my question was, does anybody here think that my money should be taken from me to fund this war?
I don't.
I suspect that you do.
I do. I believe that we should send over aid to Ukraine and that our taxes should be involved in it, yes.
I believe that the red, white, and blue doesn't fucking cower when it comes to whether or not we're going to support our allies in just causes such as protecting their sovereignty. I don't believe in being a fair weather friend and only being friends with them when it benefits us, and then
they're not even part of NATO. They're not our allies.
How many other countries do we not give a fuck about if they're not related to our interest? Right. Well, let's talk about all the war that countries go around. Like, whatever happened to the Kurds that we were so concerned about during the Iraq War? Let's talk.
That was only a topic whenever Trump was in office.
No, that happened under Obama. That's not true. That was a lot of those are under Obama. So, could we talk about how many other countries that we don't give a flying fuck about? But now we
Rwanda or Rhodesia, we don't give a shit.
We don't give a shit about so many other countries, except for happens to be just this one, or two. Come on, guys!
The United States protects its Western interests and its allies. God forbid.
It's obligations.
Hold on, Chris. I swear, you know, Star sounds like. Does she sound like a female John Bolton right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, you're not gonna target individuals with pseudo insults. Just don't do that here.
Okay.
That was good.
I don't like war hawks.
I also think that we really have to start.
I'm so sorry. I'm a war hawk.
I can't really do it right now, but I think we need to try to hold each other accountable for claims that have no substantiation.
Thank you.
Like what?
For example, the claim that we're just sending. For example, that people only got $750 during the hurricane. Look that up real quick. Do a little PolitiFact. Look up the fact that the U.S. is not just sending money to Ukraine. That's not how the aid into Ukraine is coming. It's usually coming with specific military equipment that we have that's already created that has upkeep. So please look up the stuff, fact check it before you just say blatant things that are just wrong. Please.
So Eastern North Carolina
after misinformation that you could have looked up with the fucking.
Star
could have taken you half a day to get half of this misinformation out of your fucking head.
Star, you got to relax. We got to have some order here. Go ahead, Garrett.
Yeah, I wanted to just respond to Dana. His position isn't that insane or anything like that. It's actually definitely qualitative, but the problem is look, dude, Eastern North Carolina is definitely still destroyed.
Western.
My bad. Western North Carolina is definitely still destroyed right now. But what's happening?
Go ahead.
Let Garrett finish, you guys.
Yeah. So Western North Carolina is definitely still destroyed right now. And we have another multi-million-dollar package going out to Ukraine. And this is after what seems like 2 years of just endless packages of funding going out to Ukraine. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that instead of focusing on our own people?
Well, I think the idea is that you can do both things, right? Even if there needs to be, I don't know what Chris is saying about this, the country's being broke. Chris,
we are 70% of the money collected in taxes right now alone is just going to pay the interest on the debt. The interest alone.
Did you just
Where are you getting Chris?
broke.
Chris, I want
And we
to
only have
deal with this.
$750.
Chris, you guys, hang on. Chris, Star. Okay, Star. Don't worry about. I will take care of the moderation. It's all good. All good. I wanna just go with Chris's point that the United States is broke. Okay. I have a few sources here. But Business Insider, Yahoo Finance, RSM US, PolitiFact, like we got a bunch here. The United States is not broke, but it faces significant financial challenges due to its substantial national debt. Is that what you're talking about?
Okay, so we can quibble about all right, look, we cannot afford to send hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign countries to support fucking, whatever ridiculous venturism and bullshit we want to do. Despite when we can only afford to send $750 per household to United States citizens who've been devastated by
that's
natural
not
disasters.
based on that number is not based on affordability. You're assuming that hang on, Chris. You're assuming that
I don't want to get into semantics about technically broke.
Chris, you are assuming.
Dude, you need
hang
to
on,
chill.
Chris. Yeah, chill. It's you're saying that the $750 has been determined by the U.S. not being able to supply more. You think it should be more, but we should look at the details related to how that $750, how we came to that number. There's an assumption. Please justify that. Please justify that while we send hundreds of billions of dollars to fucking No. But you're missing the point here. The point is, I'm saying you're assuming the reason.
Physical money. Am I breaking up?
Yeah, kind of, but go ahead, CJ.
Okay. Can you hear me fine though?
Yeah, it's good enough. Yeah.
Okay. So for an explanation about this money, so for all the actual dollars sent to Ukraine, did this come out of the budget of FEMA?
No, not FEMA.
Okay, so what was the agency giving people in North Carolina money? What was that agency? It might not have been FEMA. What was it?
Which we can get into where they spent the rest of that. But so basically, it doesn't matter where it came from. It came from the United States. So we have
it does matter.
Let this homie cook. Why don't you tell us where it came from instead of asking us the question?
It does matter because if FEMA has a budget, that budget doesn't get pulled from to send Ukraine money. It doesn't matter how much money we wanted to send Ukraine. FEMA had that budget from day one as is. So to say, we're sending so much money to Ukraine that we're making ourselves so poor that a budget that wasn't even touched by the money that's getting sent to Ukraine
was the FEMA budget.
No, that's a failure of FEMA.
So let's talk about the budgets then. Was the FEMA budget anywhere nearly? Was the FEMA budget in any way comparable to the Ukraine budget?
The mom and dad say, "Okay, I'm sorry."
In any way,
fund as opposed to the rainy day stacked away. It came from the United. Doesn't matter.
Chris, I asked him a question. Chill.
I want to respond to it. So can you restate your question for me?
Yeah. So this little budget that you're talking about, was that budget in any way comparable to the Ukraine budget? In any way?
I don't know if there was a Ukraine budget at the beginning of the year, and I'm not sure where the money from the Ukraine budget came from, but it certainly
keep making
was
new
not.
ones.
You guys,
let
me read a bit
but
of.
It certainly was not certainly wasn't affected because FEMA's budget was determined at the beginning of the year before any of this shit happened anyway.
So let me just read a little bit here. So the United States allocated $113.4 billion in emergency funding to support Ukraine. American partners affected by the Russian-Ukraine war and U.S. national security programs. So that was $113.4 billion again for emergency funding support for Ukraine, American partners affected by the Russia-Ukraine war, and U.S. national security programs. However, just because money has been allocated doesn't mean it has been spent. Congress has set aside emergency funding for federal agencies to spend at their discretion and doles it out depending on the immediate and longer-term needs of Ukraine, U.S. allies, and U.S. weapon supplies. So far, the United States has sent over $60 billion in funding and equipment through military, economic, and humanitarian aid. Ukraine will have to repay some of these funds after the war, plus interest.
With 0% interest, last I heard, and no time frame to repay the debt. So essentially, it's a gift.
Well, you shouldn't say essentially it's a gift. We can look at that because
if it's 0%, if it's 0% interest and no date to pay it back.
Well, Chris, when you make an empirical claim here, the idea is that you bring the receipts with it, right? Because we want to get the right information.
I'll look it up. I'll get receipts.
Because the people, because most of the people in this room care about empiricism when informing their epistemology, right? So the funding. So how much security assistance has the U.S. sent to Ukraine? The U.S. has sent more than $44 billion in security assistance to the Ukrainian government since February 24th, 2022, primarily through presidential drawdowns and the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. Security assistance comes in the form of equipment and weaponry. Okay, so this is just, I'm going to post this for everyone. Actually, Don sent it to me. But I'll post this in the chat here.
All right, so maybe this isn't exactly empirical. Well, let's just talk about just common sense and how most people feel when we're sending however many, if it's 60 million or 100 billion or whatever.
So much misinformation.
Sorry, you can't just. Sorry, you can't.
How does it feel when America, we see we're giving $60 billion, whatever it is, $10 billion to a foreign nation that we should not be involved with? But yet we have American families that when their house flooded and it burns down or whatever, that we only have $750 for them. Have a nice day. How do you defend that?
You just spoke. Did you just try to speak on behalf of the American people there? Like, what is it? What is your? Can you summarize your claim?
Quite a few of them.
Okay, what does quite? Okay, I'm going to point this out to you, Chris.
But I think the sentiment is very real.
Well, Chris, I'm going to point this out to you. It doesn't add any weight to your argument when you say so many people or a lot of people. It's like I want to know. Okay, I want to know like how many. I want to know like how many people can be demonstrated to support what you're saying. Right?
How about this? This is why Donald Trump won in a landslide. Because enough people feel that way.
How do you know? How do you know that that's why Donald Trump won? I mean, the statistics.
Wait.
Chris,
I gotta put this in. A landslide is over 400 electoral votes.
So try start.
Whatever you want to call it.
Hang on.
I hope every Democrat gets $750.
Chris.
That was a joke.
Chris, what you're doing right now is gish galloping, right? So you're stacking up all of these empirical claims. Hang on.
Did you just throw a gish gallop?
Yeah,
that was good. I like that.
Well, you know what a gish gallop is a fallacious way of arguing where you just are stacking up all of these claims and there's not enough time to check them all out. But when you say this is why Trump won, hang on. When you say this is why Trump won, Travis, what information? Wait, CJ, I'm moderating the room here. When you say this is why Trump won, what are you basing that opinion on? Did you just pull that out of the sky, or where did you get that?
No, let me tell you.
Okay.
All right. So first of all, I think that what a lot of you've been saying is sophistry. I think is the word you were really looking for if you want to get articulate and eloquent about it. But
what?
Donald Trump won because exactly that. A lot of people see exactly the same thing that I'm saying, and the overwhelming popular sentiment is that nobody's buying this bullshit anymore. So, like, I mean, I could bring the receipts, I could bring the numbers, but, it's the overwhelming sentiment that no matter how you try to polish that turd, when we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign countries and not taking care of our own citizens, at least based on the perspective, you can, throw it. I'll throw the same numbers back at you. But if that's the reason, well, Donald Trump is it all.
So you didn't provide like, okay, I saw the statistical evidence on, like, let's say the Latina male vote. Hang on, you're so quick to want to talk, you don't know how to listen. Wait your turn. You didn't talk about the 7 points that were gained in the Latina male community, which was a big swing. You haven't talked about any kind of statistical reality as to where Donald Trump did a lot better in this election. So it sounds like you're just making some emotional appeal based on like what you see in your algorithms, what your algorithms are telling you. But that is not good epistemology. It's not sound epistemology. Like, you should want to be able to provide your justifications for this, and that they're sound and consistent with what the data show.
So did Donald Trump not have a huge jump among Black and Latino, whatever Latinx you want to call them, Latin voters, compared to? Did he not have a huge jump in Black and Latin, Spanish American voters? Did he not do overwhelmingly better than last time with Black and Hispanics?
Well, you don't have to ask me the question. We can look at. Well, we just did an episode on this a few days ago, but we can. The good thing to do here is to go on whatever you use to collect resources. What do we know about votes?
So Donald Trump did significantly better this time around with Black and Hispanic voters, like way better. The jump was the biggest. Humongous.
Okay, but when you say biggest, humongous, like, it matters. Okay, here we go. Hispanic voters. Trump increased his share among Hispanic voters by 13 percentage points compared to 2020, which is huge, securing 54% support of the Hispanic men. Like we were talking about, overall, Vice President Kamala Harris still won 53% of the overall Hispanic vote. Black voters in swing states like Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, Trump's support among black voters rose significantly. For instance, in Wisconsin, his support more than doubled to 20%, and in Georgia, he garnered 25% of the black male vote. There was notable shift of poorer and less educated voters towards the Republican Party, reversing trends from the Obama era. This demographic realignment was evident in regions like the Rust Belt. So, to be more accurate in the future, say things like Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. These are areas where Trump did really good with the black male vote. But you were just talking about black vote. So it's like, this is what I'm talking about.
Dude, are you really going to do this? I just said generally speaking, and now you're going to fit break. Come on, man.
This is what's called making sound epistemological claims.
What they said. All right, fine.
And you also need to look up. You also need to look up what sophistry is. The difference between sophistry and epistemic validity. No, you don't. You used it incorrectly. Buckyballs.
Really?
Go
I
ahead.
said you were engaging in sophistry, and I use it incorrectly. I mean, come on, dude. If you're not going to have a discussion in good faith, I'm trying to.
Now you're claiming.
You're right about everything.
Okay, now you're muted. Now you're claiming that I'm engaging in bad faith. Now you're just making shit up. Go ahead, Buckyballs. Okay. Now he gave me the finger like a real hero. Cool. Okay, go ahead, Bucky.
Well, you're unmuted. Oh wait, did he leave?
Yeah, you don't need to do anything right now, Bucky. I have the room.
He's gone.
You don't have to moderate from your car.
I just want. No, I'm not trying to moderate. I wanted to jump in here. I was going to say, Travis, you're saying that he's gish galloping, and then I'm going to kind of criticize your line of argumentation because he's not here to talk about it. But you're saying he's gish galloping, and then you're saying it's fallacious that he's gish galloping, but gish galloping isn't a fallacy; it's a form of rhetoric. And the biggest issue
first of all, let me respond to that. I said it was a fallacious way of arguing gish galloping.
Oh, okay. Maybe the word was cut off for me. Sorry about that. But,
okay, so that's your first point.
And then you latched on to this argument of his about the number of people that are making a certain claim, and instead of just saying it doesn't matter how many people are saying it, you're like arguing about the number of people. It doesn't matter how many people agree with his point here.
Yes,
I think
it
what
does.
really matters is the original point.
CJ, it does matter if someone says, this is what the American people are thinking, or this is what the Republicans are thinking, this is what the Democrats are thinking. I'm not just going to believe them. I want to know if they are actually thinking that and how they are going to demonstrate what that large group of people are actually thinking. That's all.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But the issue is that he was saying that in furtherance of an argument, and that turns it into an argument from consensus, which is just it doesn't matter if everyone agrees with him.
I think you're trying to dig for something that's not here. But anyways, this is
an
argument from consensus. That's called an appeal to handwagon. Appeal to majority. It's literally a fallacy.
Yeah, so I don't know what you're getting at, Bucky.
But Travis, the point of this is that you guys went on like 3 tangents when we should be talking about why
we didn't.
is the U.S.
What are you talking about? What tangents did we go on that weren't related to what we were talking about?
I'm going to be honest, Trav.
Okay.
I don't know what he's talking about either, but go on. Y'all go off.
I think this is a waste of time. Like, I don't know.
No, I'm getting to the point, Travis.
Okay.
Travis, I'm getting to the point here, and you keep cutting me off. Okay, so I think the more interesting thing is how much money is going to FEMA and how much money is going to foreign aid. And I think the better question here is how much money should have gone to FEMA and how much money should have gone to foreign aid in order to satiate these people that are arguing that FEMA is underfunded or that Ukraine is taking money from FEMA. I think that's the more important, interesting question, as opposed to like honing in on this one very particular argument about how people feel about it.
Well,
I think that's the interesting part.
So I care about correcting people's lack of empiricism and lack of reliance on evidence, and that's what that if you want to call it a tangent, that's what that was about. It was to address the callers' inability to provide any empirical data with the claims that they were making, especially when they were claiming to speak to large groups of people or so many people and things like this. I'm interested. Is it 2%? Is it 3% of Republicans? Is it like, what do we know about this? And I know people speak in these vague terms in like when they're out in the streets talking about this stuff, but I want to be a little more empirically rigorous here. Don, what were you saying?
I want to add, I wanted to say that I think that's the main thrust, is the notion that if you start making an argument and your argument is based off of just literal falsehoods, like the majority of Americans, this is why Donald Trump won, because of my feelings are the feelings of the majority of Americans. You're going to have to explain to us what feelings are exactly and why do you think it's a majority of Americans. Yes. Real quick, because I have to jump off before I go back to my apartment and walk this godforsaken rain. I just really have to say it again. On FEMA's website, they have a big bold letters, rumor, FEMA will only provide $750 to disaster survivors to support their recovery. They say this is false. This is a type of assistance that you are going to get right away after you apply. No matter what, you're getting the $750 if you're in the area of North Carolina that was impacted. But after your application, the $750 is not your loan. It's just what you're going to get. After your loan is looked over and analyzed, you will get your FEMA loan. After you get your application, the FEMA has more than enough money to pay people. The $750 is literally a lie. It's misinformation.
Thank you.
People, there's enough money for North Carolina. There's enough money for Ukraine.
Thank you for doing that, Don. It saves me from having to do it because that was the next one on the list of fact checking because there were so many goddamn claims. Thank you. But okay, who else has something? I have taken up more than enough mic time here.
Well, you know me, I always have something. So I would, although I agree with my dear friend Dan, at the same time I would have to say, look, there is actually a big problem with the idea that we can send and package in the billions, in the hundreds of billions, to other countries, like gift aid, where we can't do that here. So, like, it doesn't matter if it's, in the case of the Western North Carolinians, it doesn't matter if it's the case of like $750. Like, let's say it was $1,000. What's being gifted to other countries is not what is being gifted to our own. We are not.
Well, let's. I'm interested to know what like the reasoning behind this money. Can someone? Because I'm not even sure what you guys are talking about. Can someone just quickly summarize like the issue? Like someone said something about it was North Carolina, right?
Yes. Okay, so we had a recent catastrophe in North Carolina, western part of North Carolina, and it left whole towns like utterly devastated.
Okay.
Now, in the meantime, while we're giving them what meager funds that we're giving them, we're also giving to Ukraine billions of dollars, and this is kind of an issue for people like me. I don't think this is kosher. I don't think this is ethical. I think this is immoral. I think this is evil.
Okay.
Evil. Like Dr. Evil. That kind of shit. Like the idea that Western towns in the U.S. are totally devastated with no real reprieve, no real restoration. That we're still funding wars in Ukraine and Israel.
Well, how would you feel about it if we were adequately funding by your standard? And I don't know what your standard is, but how would you feel if we were adequately funding this relief? Because I think it's looking like it's $53 billion. The estimated damages for that's the estimated. Okay, 600. They approved $600 million in state funds for hurricane. This is Hurricane Helen, right? Recovery.
Yeah. So take that estimated funding, then go and compare that to the estimated funding that we're giving to Ukraine right now.
Is this not an apples to oranges comparison though? Like, isn't?
No, it is not.
Now, Natras, can I speak to you for just a second? First of all,
my name is Garrett, and you can call me by my name.
Hi, Garrett. Okay, so first of all, I want to express, we've said it multiple times, but I want to express it again. There are weapons in warehouses that are about to get decommissioned. And then we go and we're going to give you this package. And when we list the package, it is an itemized list of crap we already have in storage, in which we then send to Ukraine, and they have an IOU that comes back to us. So basically, we're getting paid to get rid of our garbage. You understand? And we're billing them, and we're like, oh, it's this million, this big number bill.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my statement was I definitely do not understand that. Like, we are not getting paid. You understand that?
Greg, can I ask a question?
I'm sorry.
Just real quick, I do know Salty Coffins is wanting to ask a question.
Okay. Does it have to do with what we're talking about right now? Because I want to keep the flow going, and we.
Yeah, it's got to be about what's going on right now, Salty.
Yep. Feel free to unmute if you got something Salty. Salty's a new speaker, so we're giving them.
I'll add the role.
Okay, they might have to leave and come back. But anyways,
Salty,
feel
you
free
need
to
drop out, come back in.
I want to finish on what Neuralist and Star are talking about here, because they were talking about something interesting. Whose turn was it?
And so basically, you understand that it's going to be the Ukraine owing BlackRock, Lockheed Martin, all of these different, basically, unfortunately, like military industrial complex, basically owing them money, right? For things we were going to throw away. And then we go and we're buying new weapons, and we're making new weapon systems. For example, like there are items we can't keep, right? Because black powder goes bad, rocket fuel goes bad, right? Like we can't just keep it in storage forever. We got to either get rid of it by decommissioning it or giving it to someone to use.
Look, I'm gonna be real nice to you. This is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to be real nice to you. Nothing that you just said made any sense, but that's okay. Because I'm literally going to ask you to make sense of it. Like what weapon?
Well, we
what
had
weapon
a
systems?
military soldier in here earlier that literally works logistics that was saying the same thing I am. So you don't need to gaslight me and talk to me like I'm stupid.
Yeah, let's
gaslight me and tell me I'm gaslighting you.
Oh, okay.
Well,
then
you guys, let's not get in the. Okay, let's end this back and forth for now. It's not going to a good place.
Okay, go ahead and get the other.
I want to read something first. Did I lose my live stream? What the hell's going on here?
You're good, bro.
Just
you're
give me
good.
two seconds. I lost my screen. For some reason, that screen just dumped. Connect streaming software. Okay, it's good. Okay. I just wanted to read this FEMA thing just to get the information out there that I think is accurate. And then people can talk about it more if they want or not. But in the aftermath of Hurricane Helen, financial assistance for North Carolina residents varies based on individual circumstances and specific needs. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, provides several forms of aid. Intermediate assistance was the $750 to cover essential items, food, water, and baby formula. This is meant to be an upfront payment to address urgent needs and does not require repayment. Housing assistance for homeowners and renters whose primary residence were damaged or destroyed. FEMA provides funds for emergency home repairs, home replacement, or temporary housing. The amount varies depending on the extent of damage and individual eligibility. Other needs assistance. This includes financial support for serious disaster-related expenses not covered by insurance, such as medical and dental costs, funeral expenses, personal property loss, and transportation. The specific amount is determined based on individual assessment. As of October 15th, 2024, FEMA approved over $100 million in individual assistance for North Carolina households affected by Tropical Storm Helen. This includes $18.6 million for housing assistance and $83.6 million for the other disaster related needs. It's important to note that these funds are not distributed equally to all citizens, but are allocated based on individual applications and verified needs. Residents are encouraged to apply for assistance through FEMA to determine their eligibility and receive appropriate support. Something I'm interested in about this is how much can a citizen apply for?
Well, let me contrast that,
sure.
Trav,
with
the Biden administration's announcement for additional security assistance for Ukraine. This comes from literally yesterday. As a part of the surge in security assistance that President Biden announced on September 26th, put Ukraine in the strongest possible position. The Department of Defense today announced additional security assistance to meet Ukraine's critical security and defense needs.
Yep.
This announcement is the Biden administration's 70th tranche of equipment to be provided from the DoD inventories for Ukraine since August 2021.
Yep.
Quote, a presidential drawdown authority package, which has an estimated $275 million, will provide Ukraine additional capabilities to meet its most urgent needs, including munitions, rockets, systems, and artillery, and anti-tank weapons.
Okay. So they're sending things we already built, right?
They do not care about you. They care about Ukraine right now.
So let's let Star respond, and then we'll go around the room because we're gonna get to the ethics of this. I've already made my voice clear, saying that I think this is a great thing. I think we should fund the little guy who's fighting the bully. I think it's money well spent. I know.
You mean like people living in Western North Carolina?
I'm gonna read.
May I argue my point?
But I'm gonna read. Salty. We're gonna get to Salty. We're just at. I am gonna read more about this. The the FEMA funds here for North Carolina, because there's more like housing assistance. you can get up to 41 grand for housing assistance alone here. So there's more to this package that's available for people than meets the eye. It's much more than $750 in support. But
oh, I do know it's getting it that's the issue for most people.
Yeah. So okay. Let's go to Star first. If you had a response to what Garrett was saying about the about the funds going over. And then we'll go.
That's okay, and I'll try to lead into you, Salty, so that you get to say your part too.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. So the thing is that when you go and you went and listed that amount of money and stuff, you quickly at the end listed the fact that it was weapons systems and artillery and stuff we already have in storage, which I've already said multiple times. It is stuff that we were getting rid of anyways. And we're like, hey, here's this millions of dollar package, right? And you know what? When this war is over, you're going to owe us one. But it was stuff we were already getting rid of. We're not sending that much cash over there. And you need to understand that. We're not like pulling that cash out of our pockets. It's cash we've already spent and wasted.
I don't, although Star, I don't think Garrett said that we were sending cash, right?
Okay.
He just read the information on, of the value of the equipment that we're sending over. So.
But that being said, the military is also funded in order to help disaster relief, right? And disaster relief is, right now, they're dealing with logistically getting money to who needs the money and the whole logistics of cleaning it up and stuff like that. And so $875 was the immediate aid. Let me finish because Salty still wants to talk. $875 was the immediate aid. And then from there, you're supposed to apply based on insurance and stuff like that and what happened to your home and disaster relief. But it's a process and you're dealing with bureaucracy.
Yeah. I have a lot to read on that, the information. But I do want to hear from Salty. Salty, welcome to the Pangburn Universe. You're up.
I just wanted to speak on but really as someone who was there in the flood. I live in one of the affected areas. Now, I was not drastically affected. My life was not absolutely uprooted, literally floating down the river. But I had friends who were. I had family members who lost everything. Everything. And it's devastating to walk out on your front lawn and see, oh, well, that's the neighbor's house floating down the river.
No doubt.
And it's the water is getting tall. It's getting higher as I speak. So I need to grab what I can and leave. That's horrifying. And then to come back from that, your car doesn't work because it's been submerged. If you left it, you don't have anything. And one of my friends who lives in town, further downtown than I did, mind you, we were underwater, and it took us a week to get a lot of stuff back. Like downtown didn't have power for a week.
Yeah.
They were hosing mud out of everything. He went to his storage shed and opened it, and everything was covered in mud and silt and sludge over everything he owns. And sorting through his photo albums was really difficult for him.
Yeah.
And helping him clean those up and salvage what he could was traumatic.
Horrible.
And then to apply for FEMA aid that you are promised as an American. You should be promised FEMA aid in the event of a natural disaster that you just couldn't control. And mind you, yes, a lot of areas were told to evacuate. And I've seen a lot of stuff of like, oh, well, these people were told days in advance to evacuate. They were told they should have left. They should have just listened. Yeah, we should have just listened. But honestly, when have you ever had a hurricane affect us like this?
Well, and then
we're used to getting that flood water.
Yeah.
So, like we had rain for 4
I had a
days.
hurricane affect me as a young boy.
But that being said, what was it like trying to get your FEMA aid, right? How hard was it to deal with the bureaucracy?
How about this?
For me,
How do you feel
I
about the idea that while your people were going through that, your countrymen were sending off your tax dollars to Ukraine and Israel?
That was the worst part. it was not, 3 days after Kamala, she staged that photo in the airplane with we're struggling right now. Her headphones not even plugged into her phone, staring at a blank piece of paper. That shows you care. I see how much you care right now.
Yeah, good job,
And
Boar. You
sending
really
off,
did.
sending off all that money.
My heart talk,
sending off all that money.
No, I'm literally
Yeah, I feel you, brother. I feel you. I feel you, dude.
I know.
But
I know.
it's gut wrenching. It's like, yes, that hurricane was a stab to the guts. They just twisted the knife, sending off that money that we very much so could have used.
Yeah,
okay.
So
here's I do want to bring up something important though. You do have to recognize that conservatives have routinely voted against expanding funding for FEMA, right? If we look back at the Obama period, like they were talking about how FEMA is like this body that's going to start putting conservatives in camps. All this kind of shit, right? So
okay, but hear me out. Let me show you
is
where
the
this
reason,
argument
this
comes
is the
from.
reason. This is the reason why FEMA is underfunded, though, and like these are two different pools of money.
But
these are two different pools of money, though.
I also hang on, Salty. I'm gonna let you go. I just want to respond to a few things. So, first of all, you just made a claim, and well, actually, no. First of all, I'm so sorry you've gone through this experience, and my heart is with everyone who has had to go through this. No one in the world deserves this, and it's terrible. Anyone who's been close to like a natural disaster like this, it's hell. It looks like war. It's terrible. So yeah, all my sympathies for that. Regarding this staged photo, there have been, this is what I'm reading, and we can go over the resources I'm getting this from. There have been allegations that Vice President Kamala Harris staged a photo opportunity involving a North Carolina Air National Guard C-17 aircraft loaded with hurricane relief supplies that were never delivered. These claims have been investigated and debunked by multiple fact-checking organizations. According to a report by WRAL, the North Carolina National Guard stated that the C-17 was scheduled to deliver the supplies to Asheville, but encountered a mechanical issue after being loaded. The supplies were then transferred to another aircraft, which also faced maintenance problems, causing a delay. Ultimately, the supplies were successfully delivered to Asheville the following day. The Guard emphasized that the loading of the C-17 was part of a regular operations and was not influenced by Vice President Harris's visit. Similarly, Check Your Fact reported that the aircraft in question had a maintenance issue leading to the transfer of supplies to another plane that completed the mission. The North Carolina National Guard confirmed that the supplies reached their intended destination, that the vice president's visit did not interfere with their operations. So if that's what we're talking about, the stage 4, I think that this has been thoroughly debunked. Not that this was the main thrust of what you were saying.
Trav. For context on that, I would like to mention. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
Trav,
I just
Trav,
had a question.
what we're actually talking about is that the funding actually made its way exactly to its intended destination, and that was Ukraine and Israel.
No, the
I was addressing her claim about her.
Not the American people.
Well,
not the people that suffered.
I know that's what's important to you, but I was dealing with the claim, this specific claim of Kamala Harris staging a photo. But and then there was one other thing I wanted to just quickly add, that the maximum assistance limits, just to throw it out there, $41,000 for housing assistance. That's the max, and other needs assistance, ONA, is up to $41,000 as well. So for someone who's a homeowner,
Ukraine next.
What's that?
Yeah. Do Ukraine next.
On what?
Okay, dude.
So, anyways,
on the taxpayer-funded gift aid that we're giving to them. Yeah. Do Ukraine.
First of all, you are comparing apples and oranges because it is two different financial pools based on what the American people vote on. There's only, let me finish. There's only so much FEMA money period. And second of all, a lot of it is logistics and bureaucracy. It's not that they don't have the money, it's making you go through hell to get it.
Well, I want to address that before.
Irrelevant.
So let's address the hell here. I want to address. I'm going to read. I know it's annoying to hear the information, but I want to get the information into these shows. It's important. Salty Coffins. I'm going to read this, and I want to know what your experience. But after I read this has been. So in the aftermath of Hurricane Helen, many North Carolina residents have encountered challenges in accessing disaster relief aid. Several factors contribute to these difficulties. Insufficient FEMA funding. FEMA's disaster relief fund has been critically low, holding less than $5 billion due to recent hurricanes, including Helen. The shortfall has impeded the agency's ability to respond effectively to emergencies. Allegations of bias in aid distribution. Reports have emerged alleging that some FEMA responders have avoided assisting homes displaying political signs, particularly those supporting former President Trump. These claims have led to investigations and raised concerns about impartiality in aid distribution. Misinformation on social media rumors. A surge of misinformation has complicated relief efforts. False claims about FEMA's actions and policies have spread on social media, leading to confusion and mistrust among residents. Limited food insurance coverage. A significant number of affected residents lacked food insurance, which has slowed recovery efforts. Without insurance, many individuals face financial hardships in rebuilding their homes and communities. And then number 5, logistics challenges. The extensive damage to infrastructure, including roads and bridges, has hindered the delivery of aid and resources to certain areas. This has delayed assistance and prolonged recovery times for many communities. Does this kind of capture some of the issues you've been seeing, Salty, or is there something missing there?
It is a painfully true recollection of what we've seen, honestly. It's been worse than that. It's been worse than that because you see entire communities who were, before the hurricane, already just barely making it by. We're all living paycheck to paycheck out here in this town that I live in. And it's wild. Like, most people don't work in this town because its economy is terrible. And it's just a place where you can live and be broke and manage to pay rent just barely.
Hey, Salty, can I read you the latest news from ABC? I think you'll love this. Biden administration announces $275 million aid package for Ukraine. How does that make you feel, given the fact that your entire citizenry has been decimated?
Why are you doing that to her?
First of all, Actually, hold on. Listen, dude, that is, it's gut-wrenching to hear. I know you know that. I know you know it's gut-wrenching to hear, but that doesn't make it right for you to. No. Hold on. It doesn't make it right for you to say, "Oh, doesn't this terrible thing that happened to you hurt you? Does this hurt for your own political?"
Wait a second.
So insensitive.
I wasn't talking about the terrible thing that happened to you. I was talking about the terrible thing that your country is doing to you in the face of the terrible thing.
Yes, in light of
you're using her capacity in order to
from that incident.
No, I'm not. I'm using the atrocity. I'm literally
dude, stop being a sociopath.
Using the atrocity.
You are a psychopath
no,
if you think
you
that.
both Garrett and Star are on a 5-minute for fighting penalty right now. You guys will get unmuted in 5 minutes. But Salty, feel free to respond. You won't be interrupted.
I'm sorry. That one kind of got me. Sorry for being rude if I was.
No, you didn't do anything. You're fine. Go ahead.
Personally, to see everyone's lives uplifted when they already are barely making it by. Like, we're struggling out here. I live in deep Appalachia, and yeah, a lot of people who I knew who were voting for Trump already, I can't speak on behalf of the people who voted for Trump because of, like, the hurricanes. There were a lot of us in my community, at least, that decided, yeah, no, this is the last straw. I'm not getting any help from this current government. We need something different. That was our last straw, a lot of us. But Personally, I don't know the statistics on that throughout the whole area. It's just kind of an echo chamber out here personally.
Well,
but that being said, to know that FEMA was absolutely bypassing some Trump supporters, the picking and choosing of helping, it really speaks to what we were worried about with a lot of the FEMA aid, and that being the DEI agenda that they're pushing on it with the equity. We need equity with the distribution of the FEMA aid.
Whoa.
That's a now forgive my tinfoil hat, of course, but
2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, like a DEI and aid though, like that's never something I've ever heard.
It was a conspiracy theory going around at a moment, but
so
honestly, seeing it come out after the election, oh yeah, well maybe this one girl in FEMA was, skipping Trump houses, and then I think they're scapegoating on her. And I think that's terrible.
But I think what's actually true matters, and I'm sure you would agree. One correction I would offer to what you were saying is that there have been claims that like some political signs have caused people to skip those houses. Those are being investigated. I know that there are people on the internet saying that this was happening, but as far as I can tell, this is still being investigated as to whether that actually was happening. And like I also read that there's a big misinformation social media rumor problem with regard to this aid right now. But I wanted to make sure we get it out there that anyone who needs aid in these areas that have been affected, you can go online, visit disasterassistance.gov. You can phone FEMA's toll-free helpline at 800-621-3362, or in person, you can visit a disaster recovery center, DRC, in your area. And I hope that, everyone gets this support that they need to help rebuild and make sure that their well-being gets back to flourishing. That's what matters to me.
And if they're
go ahead,
Trev, if I could real quick, Salty, if you or any family member has made a GoFundMe, I don't know if GoFundMe is getting involved or other organizations. I'm often skeptical about sending money because I don't know if it's directly going to help people. But, if you have links to anything that could help people, I'd be willing to donate a few dollars.
I will second that as well. So if anyone does have a link, please do share it. We can find one while we're playing around here as well. Someone find it and post it in the Discord chat here, please.
Personally, I would like to shout out an organization that does some really great work.
Yeah.
Not only is he my favorite weatherman YouTuber, I know that's a really silly niche, but I'm a dork, so whatever. It's Ryan Hollyall. He directly helps supply aid. He was one of the folks who set up Starlink throughout all of the Appalachians that was affected. He was a trooper. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse, but he was a real trooper, and he got a lot done through a lot of the people in his network. So check him out. He's great to go do aid through him. And he helps with not only Helene, every hurricane that he keeps up with the damage. He has storm watchers and informers that go around and track hurricanes and do the weather. And then after stuff gets messed up, they go in and get stuff done and fixed up. And they're a really great organization.
Yeah, Salty, you mentioned when Garrett did ask you the question, how does it make you feel that, the United States is supplying Ukraine with weapons? What about that is a problem to you? Because I'll give you my perspective on this is that I think this nation has been bullied and forced into defending themselves. And it's simply the right thing to do to support the country that's being bullied in this situation by this, expansionist effort by the Russians. And so what part of this don't you like? I'd like to get a handle on that.
I don't like how far out of hand it's gotten. Now, I do understand that Russia is a bully.
Yeah.
Like they're picking on a smaller nation just because they said, well, oh, we used to own them. Don't worry on how we had that land, but that's our land still, right? And we're like, no, that's not your land. And then they go for it. Like, I understand that, and I understand that we need to help our ally, and we have helped our ally. $60 billion, sorry, not trillion, $60 billion worth, as you mentioned earlier, of help to our ally, and yet this war is still going after what 1,303 days?
Yeah,
1,003 days.
Well, they're up against.
It's ridiculous.
Well, they're up against one of the greatest powers that seems to,
absolutely.
There doesn't seem to be a path.
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
Like, if you know the stats on who has supplied the most tank aid to Ukraine, that's Russia. That's Russia through corruption alone. At least to my understanding. Absolutely, please fact check me on that one. But through all of that corruption and just about every country in NATO throwing support. Now, sure, don't get me wrong. U.S. is daddy warbucks for them. So
yeah,
we're supplying a lot of it, real. And that bugs me that other countries can't ship in for other allies. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I think
Stop
the
pinching
tank
pennies
aid
on us.
I think the tank aid thing is a conspiracy theory that's been debunked, but that's what I'm seeing
Is
here.
it? Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for informing me.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
And that's
Detract.
according. Yeah, that's according. Just so you have, this is at defense.gov, Council on Foreign Relations, State Statista, U.S. Department of Defense. So a lot of different, but just so people know where that's coming from. Oh, okay. That gives me a better idea of where you're coming from. It looks like MIB Gogi is trying to get in. Go ahead, MIB.
I just wanted to say that I think you bring up how much we spent, $60 billion, and that's a lot of money, but you also have to take into consideration the U.S. has the largest economy in the world. We have $30 trillion at our disposal. So, I mean, 60 billion is kind of just a drop in the bucket from the grander perspective.
Yeah,
and even though the other countries haven't donated as much, is because their economies are smaller. So,
and Goji, I wanted to also add to that, like, not all projects cost the same, right? The project of supporting Ukraine is a very, it costs a lot, whether we're talking material costs or what have you, as opposed to what it costs to try and make people square or even more so when a natural disaster hits the United States of America. And I think, and I agree with some of these sentiments I'm hearing, that when a natural disaster occurs, or when people need help, when their well-being is so vulnerable in these situations, that that the amount of money held for situations like this and that's provided, there shouldn't be a question as to whether or not, like, this should be a spare all expenses situation. Now, $82,000, is that the number? They come to this number by using a lot of different metrics, and we can get into that if we want to dive this deep into it. But whatever the number is, I think it should cause the people who have been most affected by this, who are going through these traumatic situations, it should give them ease. That number should not be a problem to them. That's the way I feel about this. But yeah, you guys, everything's open here. Let's take it. How's Garrett and Star doing in the chat here? Are they still going?
I'm hopeful. I don't know.
Well, guys, your penalty is up, but please don't yell into the mic. Please don't talk over anyone else. And Star, we don't need you policing. I am happy to police Garrett's behavior, just like I'm happy to police your behavior as well. So let's keep things good faith and helpful. Thanks. But
I asked Jared.
Go ahead, Bucky. But let's not talk about the issues anymore. Let's get back to the topic. But
yeah.
So
Garrett, I just wanted to ask, just for some clarifying on facts. In 2023, what would you guess the total federal aid to North Carolina was?
I couldn't guess it because I've not reviewed it, but I imagine that you could tell me. Don't you think that's
I could.
reasonable?
Would you think it's unreasonable if I said it was around 11?
You broke up right up the
Around
number.
what?
Ah, fuck.
You say 11 billion?
Yeah. Would you think that was unreasonable if I said it was 11 billion?
Is that what you did say?
Yeah, 11 billion.
Yeah, I would think that's unreasonable. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I bring that up is because the claim was brought up earlier that we're spending more on Ukraine than, domestically than at home. But in 2023 alone, we spent 11 billion in North Carolina alone. Okay.
Okay,
now
so nice.
we spent 60 billion in Ukraine since the start of the war. So
Is that bigger than 11 billion?
Sorry?
Oh my God.
Is that bigger than 11 billion?
Is 60 billion bigger than 11 billion? Yes, but
Yeah.
what is 11 times 50?
No. Is that bigger than 11 billion?
I said yes.
What's 11
Okay, so
Learn to do math.
Right?
All right, guys.
all right.
Okay,
All right,
well,
so is 60 billion bigger than 11 billion?
I just
Okay,
want to clarify.
I'm going to
Okay,
say this one more
hang
time,
on.
and if not, I'm not talking to you anymore. 60 billion is
Did you say
bigger than 11
2023?
billion. Okay, I understand that. But do you get the point that we spent 11 billion on North Carolina alone in 2023, and we spent 60 billion on Ukraine since the start of the war, including money coming out this year?
Wait, so 2023.
built aid packages for older equipment shipped over to them. If you're gonna sit here and be like, oh shit, this is fun.
Ezra, you're impossible to hear.
Yeah, you're very quiet.
Okay, what about now?
Way better. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What I'm saying is we spent most of that aid sending physical equipment to Ukraine, including tanks, drones, guns, ammunition, artillery. That is all vital for a war effort in defense of Ukraine. Now, again, is it bad to help other countries, especially when one of our biggest trade partners is the Europeans, right? So are you not going to help our allies in their time of need? All because of our domestic problems that we are always and currently will be working on.
Okay.
I was just making the point that if we spent 10 billion alone on North Carolina in 2023, then we've obviously spent way more domestically across the United States for our people than we did in Ukraine. And it's ridiculous to act like we're spending more on foreign aid than we are in domestic aid. It's just a flat out false claim from the very start.
Well, whoever that guy was that was in here before that flipped me the bird on the way out, he seemed very convinced that the United States is broke from spending all this money.
Oh, he had to have been getting all his information off at Telegram.
Well,
sorry.
Okay, Star, what did you have for a response?
Well, I just wanted to point out that earlier when you were talking about 11 billion for one hurricane, and don't get me wrong, because we have someone in here whose family is still, family and friends
Real
still
quick,
suffering.
it wasn't for the hurricane. It was in 2023 for all federal spending, just to clarify.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. The Ukraine has been at war since, 2.5 years now? Going on 3 in February, if I remember correctly. When we go and we say we're sending this much stuff over there, we get to dictate how much that weapon is priced. Right? And so it's like, this ATACMS is worth this much. It doesn't necessarily mean it's actually valued at that. That's just basically... So, we can claim it's whatever price we want. And so that being said, we keep on saying it's material thing. A lot of that aid was material things.
Yeah,
I can't send South Carolina or any other part of like I can't send California a whole bunch of weapons in exchange for food.
Yeah, but
right?
Star,
Like,
assets just aren't like worthless after they're created, right? There's still assets that hold a dollar value.
yeah. Well, that's exactly it. And these assets could have been decommissioned because the rocket fuel was expiring or whatever, or we just decided to decommission them. A lot of that stuff was. It's like we have better stuff now, or we're making better stuff, and we're, you know, I don't know what to say other than.
Yeah, you don't know what to say.
It's not
better
cash.
stuff in what way? What do you mean? Like we're making better stuff, like better food?
Well,
or
we've
something?
greatly advanced.
We're making
in,
better
warfare.
weapons. Anyways, when you go and you fund the military, the police, fund the military, you're also funding the people who go into those states and
what?
help during Hurricane. I'm sorry.
They didn't do that. They sent our money off to Ukraine instead.
Okay, Ezra. I'm pretty sure they had military going in. I think they need more help. I think the problem is the logistics, right? Because a lot of the.
Well, here's the thing. It's not necessarily even logistics at the time the U.S. Army or even the Marine Corps. But what it is currently is, well, Israel kind of has a brutal blockade, from my understanding, of Gaza. So you're not getting troops in by the military humanitarian aid effort is already a bitch and a half. Not to
What
mention,
does that have to do with North Carolina?
You're very hard to hear, Ezra, if you can go back to how you were speaking before. But yeah, Garrett, go ahead.
I just asked him, what does that have to do with North Carolina? It doesn't matter what's going on in Israel.
Okay, now there we are. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
there
you.
he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to take off my headphone, which I don't want to do, but
Okay.
Garrett, we weren't talking about North Carolina. Are you drunk?
No, we definitely
Ezra, we were before you came in.
That.
Definitely were, dog.
Yeah.
Oh, we were?
Before we came in.
Yeah, before you came in.
We definitely were, dumbass.
Well, yeah, but I
Hey.
was kind of
Are you drunk
I didn't
right
know
now?
nothing.
Garrett,
Wasn't
Garrett,
No,
don't be getting weird, bud.
Okay.
If I may, Garrett, why did you bring up? Why did you bring up North Carolina if you don't want any funding to Ukraine in the first place? The amount of money that's going to FEMA as opposed to Ukraine is ancillary if we don't want any dollars into Ukraine. So I think it's important we go back to what Trav was saying earlier about the actual ethics of the issue.
Yeah, I don't want any money that needs to be going into North Carolina to be going to Ukraine. Does that make sense?
Do you
It's
understand?
ancillary because you don't want
budget.
any money going to Ukraine at all. So let's go into why you don't want any money going into foreign nations at all.
No, let's
as
go back
opposed
to what I just said. What did I just say?
I'm sorry,
said-
Sweet Pea. Can you not
Hold up,
understand the
Star.
comments?
Star, hold up. So what you just said is that you're talking about the amount of money that's going to Ukraine as opposed to in the United States in aid or
I don't want any
for
money that
Helene.
needs to be going to North Carolina to be going to Ukraine.
Okay, sure, I agree. That's what you're saying. But I'm asking, why are you saying that if you don't want any money to go to Ukraine in the first place? Why don't we go to that issue? I think that's an interesting issue.
Responding to what my position is?
No, I'm saying I think your position is moot, and I
The
think the
answer
more
is
important.
no. You aren't responding.
I said no. Are you?
Yes,
am I breaking up? Can you hear me?
No, I am hearing
Garrett,
you.
you're just
directly.
stonewalling the conversation with that one.
Okay.
Because again,
Garrett,
one critical point here is, okay, I don't want any domestically produced money in the United States going over to a foreign nation such as Ukraine. Well, let's get into the topic of why you do not want that,
Domestically
right?
produced money. What are you talking about?
What are you on about?
Domestically produced money? No, I'm saying no government money that says, hey.
Yeah, that is domestically produced money. Taxes from American dollars from American industry. Maybe even some foreign currency.
Really?
Okay, Garrett, I understand that you're trying to make a point about specifically money going to Ukraine as opposed to North Carolina. Yeah. But is it okay if we switch the topic to sending money to foreign nations in general? Is that okay if we do that?
I'm just gonna. We're gonna move on. So
before we move on, can I actually ask a question real quick?
Salty, go ahead.
I wanted to know, could we actually get a cross-section of everyone's stance on this issue, just real quick? Who believes that we should put American life first to be like, oh, America needs aid, and yeah, these people across the pond need aid, that's great, but we need to maybe help the Americans first, and then give whatever we can to them, of course, but like, America has to be, it's not unsustainable to not take America's needs first. Because without a nation, what are we? Without the people in this nation, what are we? We are nothing, and we will crumble with that mentality of throw all of our money onto whatever war fire.
I agree.
The only reason, like, personally, I'm not, just to answer my own cross-section here, I am personally not for sending any more money to Ukraine. I think they have overstayed their war welcome. I think Zelensky is, for lack of better terms, a war hawk. I can't, in good faith, believe that the corruption that we've talked about previously before I joined in, the corruption in Ukraine isn't rooted through Zelensky.
Let's go through this, because this is a topic that comes up a lot about Zelensky. Ezra, can you mute, please? I'm getting some kind of background there. So what specific things, because I want to figure out what you mean by, issues with Zelensky. Where should we start?
Truly, if you wanted this war over, it could be over. It could be very over very quickly. Because
according to who?
Shoveling more money at.
So you mean?
I mean, you see what Trump is already putting in action.
Oh wait,
and he's not even in office. He's discussing.
Wait, do you mean that this this war could be over if the U.S. wasn't supporting the Ukraine and then Russia wins? Is that what you mean by over?
No, absolutely not. What I'm saying is because the reason that I believe Putin decided to enact that big plan of, I want to go after Ukraine. The reason he started that when Trump was out of office is because Trump would have absolutely just checked him. Like, no, you don't get to do that.
No,
Rocket I don't man. No. Like, he would have just.
What do you think? Trump would have just declared war on Russia?
No, I think Trump would have said, mess around, find out.
No,
and
no.
Biden
F around and find out.
I think the evidence.
Since 2014, though.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on since 2014, the Donbass war. But I mean, the evidence suggests that no, Trump would pursue diplomatic efforts with Putin, like he's been so quick to
and that's
want
what
to.
I want, because why should more people die? Why should more people die on either side? I don't care. Not to mention, Russia is now bringing in North Korean soldiers to fight their fight. These people have never seen a drone in their lives. Meanwhile, a drone just comes up and they're like, oh, hi, what's this thing? It explodes and they're dead. That's the warfare they're facing right now. And they're totally unprepared.
Wait, how is this on Zelensky, though? Like, why is Zelensky?
Yeah, we didn't. We're getting away, but I also, but hang on. I want to deal with some of these claims because they're empirical claims. So the claim is that North Korean soldiers don't know what a drone is.
Like, they're used to that kind of warfare of something buzzing at them and they're like, oh, hey, what is that? And then it explodes and they're dead. They've never seen stuff like that. They've never fought wars like that.
North Korea has its own. Hang on. North Korea has its own drone program.
Not that.
So a range of drones, some modeled as foreign designs. They have cases of North Korean drones, military drones being in South Korea, yada, yada, yada. So I don't think that one's true.
When did they start that one? When did they start those?
Let's ask the question.
Don't mind me asking.
Yeah, let's ask the question. When did the North Korean...
Probably when China gave it to them, they are.
Well, let's try and be. Let's figure it out here.
Ally of China. Yeah.
They became they're developing their drone program in the 1990s with significant advancements reported in the 2000s. The 2020s gave rise to their modernization and tactical use of drones for different purposes, including reconnaissance, surveillance, and potential. So I don't know where you got that talking point from, but I think we've sufficiently debunked that one. But I would like
seem to be misinformed on that one.
Yeah, no worries.
My apologies. We know what capabilities they have at the very least.
Yeah, that's what Pangburn's all about here. We have all been dead wrong on so many different issues, and there's nothing wrong with it, including me.
No, this is the kind of healthy debate I love because you don't see this anymore. You don't see people.
Well, and it's very honest of
being
you.
Like, oh, I was wrong. Darn.
Yeah. No, it's very honest of you to recognize that there, empirical claims we should try to sort out if they're actually true. Now on Zelensky, I don't know if it would be because I'm going to pull up the common incorrect claims about Zelensky being what would we say, corrupt?
Yes.
That was the claim.
Yeah, so luxury yacht purchases, this is a common one. Yeah, now I'm starting to remember these. Exorbitant income allegations, spousal extravagance, mansion ownership in Florida. So this stuff has been all debunked. But did you have one in particular? Sorry, caller, your name is Salty Coffins. Interesting. Did you have anything in particular that causes you pause with Zelensky?
Absolutely. I would like you to just go back to his net worth in general and ask yourself, how does he make that without lobbying or any other corrupt action on a tax?
I can answer that. I know his finances. I can actually answer that. Okay, so he was born to a wealthy family, and he first became a lawyer, and he was very successful at it. But he didn't like being a lawyer. His family made him do it. So then he became an entrepreneur, and he started his own business, and he was very successful at that too. And then he became a producer of his own show, in which he was the lead actor. He made his own money. He made his own way. You know how they keep on calling him Zelensky the clown? That was because he was a comedian, an actor of a show he produced after he went, and it was all about political satire and stuff like that. He's actually highly intelligent, and he's kept his country afloat for all of this time by using his charisma and his speaking skills. The guy he's actually on the up and up, and that's why they voted for him in office. They voted for him in office because he was standing up to oligarchies and corruption.
One thing I'll add.
That was literally his platform.
Just to be a little more precise here, I'll add that he does have a estimated net worth of 20 to 30 million. The wealth primarily stems from his career in the entertainment industry prior to his presidency. Vartel 95 Studios, he co-founded this studio, and it's valued at approximately $11 million. His real estate holdings are valued at about $4 million. I mean, I know probably I would say 100 people that are close to me that own that much real estate value. His bank accounts and other assets. Zelensky and his wife held a shared bank account with about $2 million. Additionally, they owned 2 cars and some jewelry collectively at $1 million. This does not seem like a hyper. I know that 20 to $30 million net worth seems like a lot, but this is right where I would expect him to be if he has this studio, if he has these particular real estate holdings and some cash on hand. So does that clear up anything, Salty, or do you still think there might be like funds coming from political lobbying?
I do think there might be something. I mean, offshore bank accounts exist, and we know how well people can cover stuff up regardless. That being said, it does put my mind at more ease.
Okay.
Because I've been trying to find just his timeline of financial status and all that, and it just, because a lot of people, you can see their net worth as they grow and actually get a timeline comparison of, but
yeah, I got it for you right here. So his early career pre 2012 began earning through his work as a comedian, actor, and TV producer. A lot of people are familiar with that. And then he started his major
can
venture.
you drop that one in chat for me?
Yeah, sure, right here. Let me get that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so here's the full breakdown. We don't have to go through the whole thing, but there's the history there, and then we don't have to go through the whole thing, but this is
the Russian Kremlin troll farms. They were spreading all kinds of misinformation. And it was around his finances, and so they looked into it quite a bit, and no one could find anything. He was all in the up and up.
Who did you say was spreading misinformation about this?
Well, they call them Kremlin troll farms. You can look it up. Like, even the United States, we ended up having one of our servers actually invaded by one of these. Basically, it's a bot farm. And so what you have is they make all kinds of fake accounts, and they use your chat GPT, the same thing you use, in order to pretend to be human. And you, like, they're little bots that learn how to sound like people.
They're AI bots.
Yeah,
it's a mix.
And they go.
It's a mix of both.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'm reading here. Yeah, troll farms are state-sponsored organizations in Russia that conduct online propaganda and disinformation. Yep.
And so that was one of the stories those bot farms started spreading, was about his finances. And what ended up happening actually is because Putin and Xi Jinping, right? They both know that the best way to deal with the American people is to divide us amongst each other based on party lines, right? And so they did target one party pretty heavily, which was the Republican Party. And I'm not saying it as an insult. Understand, I'm an independent and I voted Republican, so I'm not judging. I'm just saying facts because I really paid a lot of attention to this. And the one party was getting targeted heavier than the other. And it was by these Kremlin troll bots going into major conservative accounts and stuff like that and pretending to be conservatives. And basically bots were lying to you. They weren't even real people. And then real people would pick it up and continue to spread it.
Yeah,
and then you end up with the Tucker Carlsons and stuff like that.
Okay.
With all this
Bo was
misinformation.
trying to say something
Yeah,
too.
Bo, go ahead.
Sorry.
So even let's assume these allegations of corruption were true. That still doesn't validate Russia's invasion, and it doesn't negate our support of Ukraine, even outside of Zelensky's supposed corruption. I've seen that Ukraine corrupt thing bandied about quite often, but it's a red herring. It doesn't justify Russia's invasion, and it doesn't somehow negate the usefulness of us supporting Ukraine.
Correct. Exactly.
Benson?
Sorry, that's me waving my hand in agreement.
If you guys don't mind, I would like to ask Salty something. Earlier, you said Zelensky was a war hawk, and I was wondering if you're actually affirming that position, and if so, how is he a war hawk?
Personally, I mean, I do think that the war has gone on far too long, and we could have ended it by now. We truly, in my own opinion, of course, we've been through it though, so I don't want to get too far into it again, but I do believe that we could have ended it by now if we wanted to, but it's making Ukraine money.
So do you think that the reason why the war hasn't ended is because Zelensky doesn't want it to end?
Well, as we've gone over, while the war is still going on, he is in power indefinitely. They have skipped election because, I mean, Ukrainian law, but also how do you not see that as an opportunity potentially for him to just seize control as if like what Putin has done?
There's no way in hell.
I don't trust.
It is a matter of fact that Zelensky has overstayed his position because of martial law. I'm not sure that's necessarily like a super bad thing. We had the same thing happen in the United States. But like, I wouldn't say he's a war hawk because of it. To me, war hawks are people that are like calling for war. Like it's like the Republicans in 2000, right? Those guys. I wouldn't say that someone whose country was invaded while he was president and is mounting a defense against the country that invaded him was a war hawk. Is he a perfect person? Probably not. But he's also a politician, and politicians suck.
So in the middle of this war, if you switched leadership, it could cause problems for Ukraine because everyone established relationships. All these political leaders that are supporting the Ukraine right now, they established a relationship with Zelensky. And the Ukrainian people.
I completely agree, but I was wondering what Salty's response was.
Oh, okay.
So that being said, I honestly, the thing I had in mind with that was not that he started it. Oh, you started it, Zelensky. Not that. No, absolutely not. He was kind of ushered into this position of, oh, well, you're the big man in charge. You take care of the war. Yeah, you got this, buddy? And he's like, I got this, buddy. But it's just, it's going on. It's going on. And the people of Ukraine don't deserve the sluggish effort to cease war, because there are diplomatic measures.
Is there any particular thing?
No, actually, a lot of the stats of Ukrainians who said they want a diplomatic, peaceful end, even if it requires loss of land. It's been the majority for how long now? Can you
look it up?
I am wondering
it just recently hit about 50%.
1 second.
Last year it was 75% in favor of not stopping the war.
But honestly, I think I do think Trump he's on the right track with helping find a diplomatic end to the war. And
that's a wild statement.
I think there have been a few things that I think are going to be important to iron out. Travis left the room, so he asked me to continue moderating for a bit. So I'm just going to try to do that. So I think there's a few things that I think would help clarify. One, you keep talking about Zelensky might have an incentive because he's in power, and while incentives can make us understand why someone might do something, it's not evidence of them doing it for that reason. So we can't conflate in someone having an incentive to commit a crime is not evidence of them committing that crime.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to make it known that.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because I was really used to defend why he wants the war to continue. That doesn't make sense to me, and I would want to see more clarification on that.
Not that he wants the war to continue, but the fact that he's not very quick to take executive action to be like, I think not, and really hit Russia and check them until.
Well, if you want to talk about that, then we have the person here. Bo can help explain it. But basically, the United States has been tying Ukraine's hands behind its back, basically saying, "Oh, you can't use our weapons to attack inside Russia. You can't use our weapons to actually end the war. You just have to defend your borders." And we helped turn it into a meat grinder.
So Bo's name was invoked. CJ, you're next. Bo, is that anything that you agree with or think is correct?
Probably the framing of tying their hands behind their back would be a little odd, but when we gave him that guideline, that was to prevent what we saw could be an escalatory measure, something that could cause the war to spiral out of control. That's why we originally gave him that left and right limit. And then as we've watched the war go on, we started lifting up restrictions like usage of M31s, guided rockets within Russian borders, and now ATACMs.
No, is it okay?
What did you want to say, CJ? Yeah, you let CJ go, and then you can go.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it goes directly to what you're saying, Salty. basically, I'm just wondering, like, it seems like you're putting some sort of onus on Zelensky for somehow in some way extending this war. So what is one thing that he did or didn't do that directly extended the war that only he was able to do, and he neglected to do it, or he did it and it fucked up, the timeline?
That's actually a great point, and you're right. I have nothing on that because I realize now I've been in a huge echo chamber on Zelensky, and that's my bad. Absolutely. Thank you guys for helping me clarify.
That's fine.
My initial feelings on him have been quite shattered. So again, thank you guys. But a counter thing I would like to just state. What was that? All right. So are we aware of the thing that happened with Trump with the terrorist organization where he literally just slid a picture of the dude's house and said, "Don't even"?
What?
I don't know about that. Can anyone can you help us find it on the internet? Like, what should we look up?
Yeah, this sounds like some X.
I don't know.
This happened.
Okay.
Trump did this. He threatened some. I believe it was a terrorist leader by sending him a picture of his house. And I think it might have been a Taliban leader. It was during his presidency, I believe.
It was a Taliban leader, and he literally he had a translator. He was talking to a translator and said, "If you hurt a hair on a single American's head, I will. Well, this is your address, and you'll find out." Essentially. And for what was it, 8 months, not a hair on an American's head was touched. And
my boss.
I'll be honest. When it comes to what I expect Trump to do, I'm expecting him to be more reasonable once he's fully filled in.
I'm hopeful.
I'm at least hoping that he'll be more reasonable. Hopefully he doesn't go full-blown freaking antichrist, because then I'm screwed. I voted for him. But it was the lesser of two evils in my opinion. But whatever the case is, I'm hoping that he'll be more reasonable. And I really hope he doesn't side with the dictators, because fuck them. Ukraine is our concern. And I really hope he gets that. That we don't let Ukraine be taken over by Russia.
Personally, I think Russia is. I think once Trump is in office, as long as the war hasn't escalated pre him getting into office, as it seems to be doing, and I am grinding my teeth at the thought. But honestly, as long as nothing escalates too far beyond reason before he's in,
it's already
I think that war is. I think it's as good as.
Sweet pea, it's already
trust me, I know.
Have you guys ever heard of this idea? This is something my dad used to tell me all the time when I was a kid. Put all your hopes and wishes in one hand and shit in the other one.
Hope in one hand and shit.
See which one fills up first. Yeah.
Yep, that's Gen X right there. That's perfect.
Absolutely.
Shit in one hand and hope in the other, and see which one fills up first. Yep.
Everything is generations with you, Star. I swear.
No, but that being said, I really do
definitely
hope.
70s, 80s kid shit.
Yeah, I'm an 80s kid, that's for sure.
Yep, I'm an 80s kid too. Oh, hell yeah. Sorry.
No, but it's that it's because I do think that if Trump does get in and it's still salvageable, by God, if it's still salvageable, he's got it. He's got it. And I personally have my eyes on China at this very moment because, oh Lord.
Lord. Middle East, China, Russia. I'm sorry. That's like bringing out the Book of Revelations and just be like, here you go. I'm
glad I didn't have to say it. I'm glad I didn't have to say it by myself.
Well, yeah, because I just said it in front of a whole bunch of atheists, but they know I'm Christian, so.
Oh, me too, really. Me too.
It's the Book of Revelation, by the way, not Revelations.
This is some wars and rumors of
we're adding S's on stuff.
Famines and plagues and earthquakes. Oh my! Like
Is that
shit.
Canaman? Who said that? It's the Book of Revelation, not Revelations.
I said it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There you go. You're right. It is the Book of Revelation.
True, but we're in the South. We're throwing S's everywhere, all right?
I'm from the South. I'm from South Carolina.
Oh my goodness. This is some Southern brawl. So
I'm about to bring it.
Oh my god, what are you eating?
I'm on YouTube.
Who's eating what?
Hurricane
He's making me hungry.
tortilla, more like Hurricane Tortilla.
So people were saying that
meme.
Trump is gonna just be able to end it, and my question is how does he end it? Because
I don't think he's gonna.
I think Salty at least said that he's just gonna end it. They're gonna be able to get it done. How? What is their mechanism for doing so? Things like just diplomacy will just do it.
He's gonna whip out his big whatever or his tiny whatever, and he's gonna throw it on the desk, and he's gonna be like. That's what they're expecting. They're basically expecting him to be like, my nuke's bigger than yours. I don't know.
Honestly, I think we're going to get a little bit of that energy,
right now.
but... Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, the same way you handle Afghanistan. True. 863224. You're on camera. You're new. Anything you got to say? Anything you got to add?
Oh, God.
Okay.
You gotta hit the little mic, and
can't
there's
hear
a
you,
mic
bud.
on the bottom left of your screen. You just hit that.
If you're on
I'm unsure how my audio is going to sound.
You sound
great.
You sound fine.
Yeah,
sounds great.
You sound perfect. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Crystal clear.
I wish my audio was good like that.
I think we need to agree that Russia. The purpose of the war is Russia to expand its sphere of influence, to take over the economy of the Ukrainian people.
Yep.
Because I don't think people have that understanding. Oh, go ahead.
No.
Who is paying for it?
Who's paying?
No, don't worry. Ignore that person. They're done.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Money is so irrelevant. I think, like you guys were talking about earlier, how much projects cost, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a war. I mean, we can argue all day that a shoulder-fired rocket launcher is the cost of a house. I mean, at this day and age, right? Whereas we were talking earlier about North Carolina, and again, we're sending bulldozer equipment, people in seats, right? Whereas in Ukraine, we're sending, rocket launchers, people behind guns. Do we allow Russia and other forces, say Iranian or otherwise, to push their sphere of influence into other countries? We just don't do it.
No. Especially when it's a dictatorship. No. It's mean.
That's 100%. You're 100% real for that one.
Yeah, it's basically like you go in your history books when you're a kid, and you're like, why didn't they stop Hitler sooner? Why did they wait so long? And here we are watching Putin pull this shit, and we're like, oh, you know what? Americans should be isolationists. We shouldn't get involved in the European affairs and shit. That's literally what we did in World War II. And it's just...
Yeah, but the issue is, some people's issue with World War II isn't that we waited too long, it's that we joined at all.
Pearl Harbor got hit.
It's not my argument.
Pearl Harbor got hit. We waited until we were attacked. Like, and then after Pearl Harbor got hit and we declared war on the Japanese, basically the Germany was like, well, fuck it. I guess we're declaring war on Russia because I guess we're declaring war on the United States because our ally just declared war. And so then Germany got into it with us and we're like, fine, you too then. And we ended up in the war, but we waited. Why did we wait? Our allies were getting hurt. England was like, please help us. And we're like, oh, we don't want to get involved. We want to remain neutral. Right?
Yeah.
And they're like, come on, man. And it's like, okay, well, we'll push some stuff over the Canadian border or just right next to the border and you can come and grab it. And that way we didn't do anything.
Well, hold up. We were lend-leasing World War II for a while before we joined. Is that not true?
That is true. We gave Russia the majority of their equipment.
Russia invaded Poland with the Nazis before they went again, and then the Nazis attacked them, and then all of a sudden they didn't like Nazis anymore.
The U.S. made a fortune selling arms to nations during World War I and World War II.
Well, what do you think we're doing right now?
We're selling arms to nations. Now, I think that we have to make a distinction. You're making a historical argument and then trying to connect to that some sort of like causal connection of like, oh, history, we must do this if we want to avoid this part of history without taking the full context. I think that's not really, I think you just have to argue it on its merit. It could have been the right thing at the time not to get involved and keep arming them. That could have been correct. But we have to look at the specific factors of why decisions were made, and we can't just always look at things with 2020 vision backwards. That's not handy.
Okay, but that being said, should have we waited until Pearl Harbor got hit?
I don't know.
Should have we?
You're saying I don't know what the answer is.
I don't think we should have waited.
How do you know?
Sorry. What's that?
I wanted to think about what kind of America do we want to be going forward with this war, because the America I think that Donald Trump wants, and the reason I voted for him personally was because back after World War II and all that, America was kind of the great ally to have. It was we were the great mediator in a lot of the world's conflicts and a lot of the stuff going on in the world. We were like, hey, you're not allowed to do that because I said so and I have all the nukes, so you can't do that. I think that's the kind of facade that America put up, and it's what kind of gave us peace for so long after that, because everyone was like, oh wow, war kind of sucks, let's not do that for a long time, please. And a lot of countries that were big and bad, like America, were like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that for a long time, please, or else.
Wasn't there the Korean War in the 50s and then Vietnam in the 60s?
Yeah, Sweet Pea. There were still wars, and we were still having proxy wars. It didn't end in World War II.
There were, but there was nothing quite as big as World War II going on. Sure, there were large things. Trust me, I know. But it's just... that
each world war is always fought over Ukraine, right?
The fact that there wasn't a world war could be evidence to the United States being the world's power, like one of the world's great powers, providing stability and peace. So like all the things that you listed, but we're just so what the Biden administration has been doing with Ukraine is continuing those same kinds of policies that helped provide that stability. If we just let Russia take part of the Ukraine and take it violently against the will of the Ukrainian people, like Trump would let them do, that would be the opposite of the kinds of stabilizing forces the United States foreign policy has done for, 80 years.
I don't think we need to be warmongers, but at the same time, we don't want to be known as fair weather friends.
No, absolutely. What I'm getting at here is more... Spending money can help for a certain amount of time, but after that amount of time, no amount of money or support or old weaponry that we just got to get rid of, no amount of that will end a war. It's just fueling it. If it's something like this, I think we can end it in a war, either diplomatic or very direct.
I feel like I got to push back on this idea that like, oh, we're funding the defense of a nation, so we're fueling a war. Like, the only reason we have to fund that nation is because another nation invaded a nation and aggressed upon them. Like, if one nation stopped being a bad guy, no one would need to fund anyone. So like this idea is like, oh well, we're perpetuating the war by spending money in defense. Like the only alternative is to let warmongers start wars, and the argument against every war, defensive war in the future is, well, this is going to cost money, so we shouldn't defend ourselves. And defending ourselves as warmonger, it's a ridiculous premise.
No, see, that is ridiculous. But what I'm saying is, it's not the mindset around, oh, the funding it's too much. Personally, I want us to defend our allies. I want us to protect our allies. If a big country comes picking on the little man, I expect America to pick up that big guy picking on him and say, no, you're not going to do that. No, you're not going to do that, because I know exactly where you sit. I know exactly where your office is. And I know exactly where to hit you, where it hurts, and you're not going to hit anyone else like that ever again.
What if that big guy? What if that big guy is also kind of dangerous?
Happen, hon, but that's nice.
Yeah, but let's take the analogy forward. What if that big guy is also pretty yoked, and one of your friends the big guy's messing with him, and you can't just go and threaten the big guy. So you're like, bro, come here, let me train you in some Hapkido. Let me teach you the Jackie Chan. Here, get some nunchucks. And you help him fund while he's doing this thing because you don't want to start out. Is that a bad thing to do?
Okay, but hear me out. If you keep giving if you keep just giving this kid lunch money, the bully's going to keep on. Like, especially if you're like, oh, well.
I'm not giving him lunch money. I'm teaching him Hapkido. I'm giving him nunchucks. Right? He's
learning
to defend himself.
But Ukraine to defend himself. What was supposed to take 3 days? It's now day 1003, and Russia still didn't take them over. Sorry.
No, but what I'm saying is clearly what we're doing isn't working. Clearly what we're doing isn't working.
Well, hold on.
And
how are you defining working in a war? I mean, we've gotten land back for Ukraine against the Russians. We have completely wiped out Russian artillery and infantry. We've shown them to be an absolute joke in the world when it comes to military power. They basically lost an entire fighting generation. We are winning this war. The only thing that you're saying is we haven't stopped it, and the win condition is stopping it. That to me seems like we're basically going to lose all of our gains if we just let Trump give it to Putin, which is what's going to happen.
I'm not saying no, that is absolutely not what's going to happen. No.
That is JD Vance's proposal.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying this whole time.
What's JD Vance's proposal?
To basically give over the land that's been taken already by Russia.
Bullshit.
Can we get a fact check on that statement, please?
Barring a retreat from wherever they've counter-invaded.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so while I say this, can we get a fact check on that statement and maybe prove me wrong?
JD Vance is
on JD Vance's statements.
Which statement exactly?
On JD's statement, his statements against JD Vance saying that he wants to give the land to Russia.
JD Vance wants the land to go back to Russia?
I think
what is JD Vance's?
I found a New York Times article that says exactly what was just shared.
Okay.
Yep. And JD Vance said this on the Sean Ryan podcast. He said that he would just give the land already captured by Russia and negotiate in negotiations for the end of the war.
This is correct.
Really
JD Vance has proposed that Ukraine may need to cede territory to Russia as part of the negotiated settlement and ending the war. He also suggested establishing a demilitarization zone along the current front lines and ensure Ukraine's neutrality by not letting it join NATO. So JD Vance has proposed letting Putin win the war, basically.
Yeah.
So that's all right. So
yeah, therein lies the issue. I'm going to turn you into an independent with me, hon. We don't have to go all
no
the way.
No need to be patronizing. No need to be patronizing, Star.
No, I'm not trying to be patronizing, but JD Vance has lost his mind because he wants to go and That vice president better never become president.
Kels likes to fuck couches.
Dude, he's super right.
All right, that one's done.
Right. I'm too independent for that crap.
That's a joke, y'all. Come on now.
Dude, I know,
I got a dog on someone though.
Trump's old.
I do like the visual of JD Vance just taking like a Glad Ziploc bag, lubing that up with some Vaseline, sliding that between the fucking.
No.
Oh God!
Why do you like that? Why do you like that?
That's vile. That's actually vile.
Oh, wow.
My problem is that you like that. That's my issue. My issue is not that you said it; it's that you like it.
Oh God!
Oh, come on now.
My issue is the descriptiveness.
Right? Why do you
that
have
on your fanfic page, bud?
You guys are obviously not comedy fans.
No, it's disgusting.
Look, I gotta be honest.
Hey, comedy and debate have their different times, though.
The biggest issue with me, as a Catholic, my biggest issue with him fucking the couch is I'm not sure if he used contraception. I hope he didn't, because that would be a sin.
It would be. But being a Catholic, never mind. Not going to go there.
Oh, this is why I'm an independent, because the far right done lost its mind, and so has the far left. You guys are all nuts, man.
Oh, we're all crazy.
Yeah. The only person who's not crazy is me. My opinions are the right ones. All y'all are ones.
My opinions are the only ones that matter because I voted for RFK. The guy with the tinfoil hat. Yeah. Or I wanted.
I mean, it does feel pretty great to have only correct opinions. That's pretty amazing.
Right?
Yeah. I only
It's
have
great.
the correct
Wonderful. I get to silently
guy
judge
and
both
his brain
sides.
worm.
Fuck. I get to go and silently judge both sides. Oh, maybe not.
I love RFK and his brain worm.
Right? I like his tinfoil hat.
You don't get to say.
God, you should see how it shines in the sun. It's beautiful. It's lovely.
Star, you don't get to say I can judge both sides if you voted for one. Like, it's not like you voted against both of them.
Well, I actually voted for Trump, but I would have voted for RFK if it wasn't for the damn progressives. Like, I would have voted for RFK.
No, that RFK is on Trump's ticket now, essentially.
I know he is. I voted for Trump. I don't fully like Trump. For me, it was which monster's worse.
You voted for health. Let's say that. You voted for health.
Yeah, I voted for health. Well, I voted for
the literal antichrist as prescribed.
I voted for hippiness. I'm like, whatever. I'm going to be a hippie.
Hannah Arendt has an amazing quote around voting where she says, if you're voting for the lesser of two evils, you're still voting for evil.
Yeah,
I think is amazing.
Yeah, I put that in quotes.
Yeah, but they're both evil. What were we supposed to do? We were given a choice between cat shit and dog shit.
No,
and one piece of
already
shit had 4 years, and the other piece of shit had 8.
No, we already went through this because you weren't able to demonstrate how Kamala was an evil.
Well, it's her party and her. You understand? It's like, okay, Trump's an asshole, but Kamala's...
No, but we went through policies.
I know you guys are all Democrats, but no.
I am a Canadian. I'm a Canadian.
Okay.
I simply care about when we claim like lesser of both evils. I simply care about that you show me something that you can, rationally defend.
Right.
As,
how about critical
evil.
Race theory? Drag queens and 5-year-olds.
Oh, you want to talk about critical race theory? You have found the wrong man. You have found the wrong man.
Go ahead and tell me how critical race theory and going and saying genetics make you racist isn't fucking racist.
Go into it.
Oh no, I don't think you know how. I don't think you know half a thing about critical race theory.
Okay,
I'm going to ask this to you, Star, and we're going to do another. We're going to do it on another show because this is not the show for it. But have you ever opened in your life a critical race theory textbook?
I watched a couple critical race theory teachers. I watched teachers online. I did not fucking open up one of those books. No, because I'm not writing
are you financial?
But I did listen to the teachers. The little teacher people. I listened to the teachers, the critical race theory teachers. I listened to their bullshit.
Okay, so I've done this before.
specific bullshit. Which stuff?
Okay.
But the reason.
Go ahead.
Travis, can I just read the opening? The opening page of the critical race theory textbook, the 3rd edition. But can I do it? And you tell me if this sounds like some insane, stupid shit, and we can move on and be like, maybe I should go read. This is the opening page, chapter 2.
Go ahead.
Okay. Imagine that a pair of businessmen pass a beggar on a busy downtown street. One says something disparaging about those bums always sticking their hands out. I wish they would get a job. His friend takes him to task for his display of classism. He explains that the street person may have overheard the remark and his feelings got hurt. He points out that we should all strive to purge ourselves of racism, classism, and sexism, that thoughts have consequences and that how you speak makes a difference. The first businessman mutters something about political correctness and makes a mental note to not let his true feelings show in front of his friend again. Is the beggar any better off? Or imagine that for a task force of highly advanced extraterrestrials lands on Earth and approaches the nearest human being they find, who happens to be a street person, relaxing on a parched bench. They're offering him one of any 3 magic potions. The first is a potion that will rid the world of sexism, demeaning, misogynist attitudes towards women. The second is a pill that will cure racism. And the third, one that would cure classism, any negative attitudes towards people of lower socioeconomic station than oneself. When introduced into the water's planet system, each pill will cure one of the 3 scourges effectively and permanently. The street person, of course, chooses classism and throws that potion number 3 into the nearby water department reservoir. Will the lives of people like him improve very much the next day? Perhaps not. Passerbys may be somewhat kinder, may smile at him more often, but if something inherent in the nature of our system produces poverty and class segregation, that system will continue to create and chew up victims, irrespective of our attitudes towards them. Individual street people may feel better, but they will even be still be street people. And the free system, which was built on different ideas of winners and losers, will continue to produce winners and losers every day. And what about racism? Suppose a magic potion like that above were invented, or perhaps an entrepreneur developed the ultimate diversity seminar, one so effective that it would completely eliminate any unkind thoughts, stereotypes, and misimpressions harbored by its participants towards other people of race. Would people of other races be better off? The President's Civil Rights Advisor provides that all nations' teachers introduce it to every K-12 classroom, and the major television network and cable network news show it on prime time. But will the life of people of color improve very much the next day? That's the opening page of a critical race theory textbook.
Okay, that's the opening page. It's not the full content.
No.
And
So
whenever
far.
I'm being fed
So
shit,
far.
a lot of times they sandwich it in between some fancy words.
So far,
Okay.
what do you think
And,
the point
and
of
so
that
far,
page
what I
was?
think about critical race theory, so far, that's the opening page. Okay? So far, what I think about critical race theory is when I go and I see the consequences of it, where everything you do is now some kind of microaggression where you're like upsetting someone sideways just because they think it might be upsetting. Like, like literally, what bothers people about critical race theory is the outcome, in which everyone is now intolerant of everything because everything's offensive, and it's like, okay, who's holding the most I'm special cards?
That's not CRT,
Instead
though.
of dealing with people as individuals and judging them based on the character of their skin, which is what Martin Luther King taught, it's basically like, how do I tiptoe around everyone and never be able to speak my mind again?
This isn't critical race
a
theory that you're explaining
microaggression
here.
may happen.
Everything that you're saying is
You
not
know,
critical
it's
race
telling
theory.
white people that they're racist just for being born.
No, they're not. That's not critical No, race they're theory. not. That's not critical race theory at all.
But in Star's defense, it's what the hardcore political pundits on the right call critical race theory.
True.
Exactly.
Personally, I call that DEI.
I don't know. Didn't you guys just post a video up in your own channel where you're showing some critical race theory little chick basically calling a white woman to task because she wasn't like speaking just perfect? Like literally up in your own chat, one of your own little videos that one of you
you're
guys
right.
posted.
You're right. You're right because the first page of this book explains that even if you're just nice to black people, that doesn't stop black people's issues in America. That's the whole point. No,
everyone
stop.
what rights do they not have?
It's not about rights. No one's talking about rights. No one's talking about rights. No one's. So, if critical race theory developed, not exactly because after the Civil Rights Act, you saw that on the books you could no longer legislate based on race. But yet when you just look at statistics, black people in the United States and other people in the United States of different ethnicities and backgrounds have desperate outcomes. And we know that these outcomes are not related to their biology. There's nothing inherent with being black or being Latino or being Asian that is the reason why you're more successful. It's other reasons. And the idea is, well, how do we deal with those reasons? How do we analyze this problem? How do we find out how to fix those problems? Now, critical race theorists stratify into like 3 groups of thinkers. The most minority group, and the one that is really focused on by right-wing pundits, are the idealists. And those hold that racism and discriminations are simply matter of thinking. They recognize that racism is like a mental state, attitudes, discourse, and they think that the way we fix that is by putting more black people in Hollywood, by showing more people on TV of different races, by going around and being nicer and using different words. Those are the idealists who believe that racism is a result of mental processes. Most of the critical race theories are materialists and realists, who hold that though attitudes and words are important, racism, aka being the desperate outcomes within society, is more than simply a collection of unfavorable impressions, but rather racism means it's a way in which society materially allocates its resources along its populations. So they look at specific systemic things, which will be like, for example, how around low-income neighborhoods, who just happen to be more black to the history of this country, infrastructure is less developed. The roads are a little bit lower, so you can't have big semi-trucks coming in, which create more food desert. It'd be things like that they would look at. And then you have the materialists that hold a little different view, which is much more political in nature. But then what you're telling me is clear evidence that you've never even read the beginning 2 pages, which is what I just read from when I talk about materialists, idealists, and realists of a critical race theory textbook, which you can just find online by looking it up. Critical race theory textbook, free PDF hack, and just download it. Right? So please, before you talk about something, just look it up.
You know what, Dundon? I'm gonna do that very thing. I'm actually gonna get a critical race theory book and I'm gonna read it. Which one would you suggest?
The one that I read is the Richard Delgado and Jen Stefanik 3rd edition Critical Race Theory and Introduction.
And just a couple things here is that just a couple common misconceptions. CRT is distinct from Marxist ideology, but both do critique power structures, but it's distinct. There's a lot of people going around thinking that, critical race theory is just born of Marxist ideology. Distinct.
I mean, you could argue it has roots, but it's obviously disparate, like distinct.
Yeah, every social theory is going to have roots in Marx because Marx and Engels are the fathers of sociology. There's no sociology without Marx and Engels. It's like studying psychology and never learning about Freud, even though Freud's ideas are old and archaic, and so is Marx's and Engels. So
Does anyone remember who Little Ruby Bridges was? Does anyone remember who she was? Little Ruby Bridges.
Star. No, I don't know if you can hear Noel, but Noel was trying to finish there. You might not be able to.
Oh no, I can't hear Noel. I'm sorry, Noel.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Okay, cool. So what you know, Don, I'm gonna take the critical race theory. I'm gonna read a couple of chapters at a time. I'm gonna see how that fits into a biblical narrative because I believe Yeshua is the King of Kings. So I have to do my due diligence to my faith.
Do your due diligence.
But I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna actually order it tomorrow. So I'm gonna do this for you because I think it is important for our world that we come out of a stance of classism and racism. And what was the other one? Sexism, yes. I think it's important that we do come out of that. So yeah, I'll do my due diligence.
Yeah. So, and I hope that opening, this is chapter 2 because chapter 1 is introduction. just kind of talks about a little bit of the history. So the first pages I'm referring to is chapter 2, which is hallmarks of critical race theory themes. And the reason why I read this this beginning like thought experiment is because when I first read it, I came into this after everyone started talking about critical race. I was like, I know nothing about this. And reading this really made me go, oh, okay, I actually understand what's going on. Even people on the left absolutely butcher this theory and make it sound the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. And it's not. It's actually quite intelligent.
Can I also, there's these misapplications as well. Someone was starting to mention DEI. Organizations often label general diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI initiatives as CRT, even when they have no connection to the theoretical framework. That's a big one I see. Overgeneralizing CRT, so applying CRT concepts universally to explain any form of inequality, even when structural racism is not the root cause. So that's another one. Using CRT as a lens to dismiss any critique of policies or ideas, framing dissenting views as inherently racist or ignorant. Now, a lot of people who have a problem with CRT are being fed a lie. This misapplication, when you see someone, this is what you should have a problem with. When you see someone using CRT as a lens to dismiss any critique of policies or ideas, framing dissenting views as inherently racist or ignorant, that is a problem I have with the misapplication of CRT. And Don and I used to debate on this all the time, and I had to learn more about the good applications of CRT as opposed to just what some people in society are misapplying CRT.
I also want to say CRT, like critical race theory, and it's also referred to as critical theory of race in some texts, it's not saying that you need to act a certain way. It's not saying that you must do this, you must do that. There are opinion pieces. There are people that have opinions in that field that say you should do these things. But the point of critical race theory isn't to tell you to act this way or to tell you to hate white people. It's to encourage the conversation and talk about these things and bring up race in a critical lens. Not much of a leap to see that there. So it's not like critical race theory is just this thing where a bunch of black people get together and tell each other that white people are bad. That's not what it is at all. And you have to just actually look at the texts. It's really all critical race theory is just an expansion from 1960s civil rights movement. That's all it is. It's not this big scary thing.
1960s critical theory, because it only started after, because they were, what are the best examples, and I don't want to go off tangent, that was really interesting is that they show that after the Civil Rights Act was passed and you could no longer create laws that mention or discriminate based on race, the PTA sued the Detroit Education Department because before that they had an integration policy to integrate schools. They would figure out based on school, hey, we have to integrate these previously segregated schools, that integration policy. The PTA actually ended up suing the state to say, oh no, you can't integrate our schools anymore. You are not allowed to integrate our schools because you're discriminating based on race in your law. Their court case won, and it was actually because of the legislation, which was a good thing, by the way. I'm not saying it was a bad thing. It was a good thing to stop discrimination legally based on race. There was a backfiring of it, which kept Detroit segregated more than almost any other area in the country. So there was there's all these interesting effects that you could learn about really how discrimination manifests. Especially even if on the books you're not allowed to do it, you can still have a negative feedback loop where, guess what, you're doing it now because you legally can't integrate the schools. Your goal of integration now is no longer a thing. So,
do you guys remember who Little Ruby Bridges was?
Let's see.
She was the first to desegregate. She was I forget how old she was. Darn.
I believe she was a 6-year-old.
Very young though, and she had to be escorted to school.
Age 6
during the desegregation. She was the first to desegregate.
Yep.
Because people would attack her, she had to be escorted on her walk to school.
Yeah. By her mama, and then the FBI And that woman is probably in her 60s right now. I don't remember exactly what year it was, but she would be in her
69.
60s.
She's 70 actually. She was born
Oh.
September
Yeah,
8th, 1954. So she's 70.
Okay. We have elderly people that were around to remember that, right? We have people who still are alive that were freedom riders, right? They were part of that. And many of them being like the freedom riders and stuff like that, they were white, you know, that went and rode with other people in the buses. We were and I have watched and
disproportionately
I watched,
Jewish too.
Yeah. I watched young people go and point at a fucking freedom rider, right? And tell him that he's racist because he's white.
Yeah, well, they're stupid.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
So what?
it's that mentality. That's being spread online, and critical race theory is being used all the time. So when you go and you see adults getting mad, or like our generations getting mad at critical race theory, because what we're seeing is the repercussions of it, and the stuff they're spewing, they're claiming is coming from critical race
They're
theory.
blaming ghosts for their problem. They don't understand critical race theory. This is what I was talking about. They even if the person who's saying critical race theory tells me that you're white, that means you're racist. That person is misapplying critical race theory. It has nothing to do with critical race theory, and they are, as far as I'm concerned, immoral for labeling someone because you are a certain race. You are racist. That person is immoral in my eyes. And yeah, it in of itself is a racist statement. I agree. So, but for everyone listening out there, please don't confuse this with critical race theory. Nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. The only thing that someone could point to is that, like, oh, someone read something from critical race theory, they misinterpreted it, so I'm going to blame critical race theory because it put something out there that could be misinterpreted, to be applied this way. But I don't think that's a wise way of drawing lines as to what's to blame there. I think it's a reading comprehension issue. I think it's a politicization issue where these pundits and different people grab a hold of this thing that's actually very academic and complicated, and they oversimplify it by giving these examples of people acting immorally, labeling people as racist with for no good reason, based on their color of their skin and whatnot. And I think it's just wrong, and it shouldn't be done.
Is systematic racism a part of critical race theory for you?
Yeah, it is.
Pangburn?
Systematic
racism is true.
Systematic
The red line districting happened.
So
I have no problem with people calling out systematic racism. I am that stuff existed.
But redlining, true. Redlining also hurt poor whites too, but poor everyone.
Yeah,
it wasn't just for black people.
So systemic racism is not. It doesn't mean that there is racism on the books. It's not what it's talking about.
Correct.
Systemic racism. Let's just quickly think about it, like a quick analogy. If I had a big machine, and inside of the machine I had two different marbles. Had a sack of marbles. Some of those marbles were white. Some of those marbles were black. And when I dump all of those marbles into the machine, it sorts marbles from left and right. And what you see that 19% of the time, it biases black marbles for white marbles. For some reason, there's a bias against white marbles and whatever, or black marbles. The machine we could consider to be discriminating without intention, just the way it works and processes it, against one marble versus another type of marble. So when we look at our society, and if we look at our societies through the lens of a machine, as a system that has inputs and outputs, people being born, people working, has inputs and it has outputs. What are those outputs? If we track it based on demographics, we see that it tends to bias a specific demographic. That's it. That's all that systemic racism is.
Have you ever looked at the Merriam-Webster definition of a systematic racism?
Sure. You read it for me.
Okay. It's right. A systematic oppression of a racial group to the social, economic, and political advantage of another.
Yes.
And actually, that's actually does come where. Well, look, that's actually where the Marxism part comes in a bit, but because that does read fairly similar to Marx. Anyway, but okay. So you don't see how that's to say that. So if if a white person is part of the ruling class, and a non-white person is part of the lower class, you don't see how systematic racism even goes into blaming all white people into these. You don't see how there's a direct corollary there.
No, I don't, because it's a system. It's not intentional.
Personally, I don't trust that it wasn't fully.
But you take away the human element out of that system.
Exactly.
These people aren't just marbles falling around a machine. They're committing crimes. They're destroying they're not giving to their neighborhood. I mean,
yeah, but there's a difference between laws that target people's crimes. Anyone who makes a crime and hurts another human being through their actions is wrong. We have laws to protect against that, but we have specific things in our society that just like a machine end up
unless you're rich.
For example, I always say, and you hear this a lot, right? Economic justice is racial justice. Well, what is the idea here? Is the idea that the economic barriers in this country end up disproportionately hurting African Americans or black people or whatever we want to call them because they target more low-income people. The lack of social mobility hurts low-income people. They happen to be black. That's just a systemic thing. It's not because the laws are targeting specifically black people. It's not like business owners specifically don't like black people. It's not why that's happening. It's happening because the laws hurt poor people. Poor people happen to be disproportionately black, therefore black people gets hurt worse than whites. We can call that system a system that discriminates. That's it.
Yeah, it's a disparity in that it's part of the economic culture of a specific class or group of people.
What do you? At what point you have to give me a law?
No, I don't. I'm not talking about law. There's no legal racism in this country.
There used to be, but yeah.
Huh? Sure.
I would say it's the trickle down.
When did it stop? I mean, when does it stop?
Well, it stopped when the North won, and then go. Fast forward to segregation protections. Who's chewing a chip?
Yeah, someone get their wrappers out of the mic, please.
I think you could make an argument that there are non-explicit racist laws, like implicit laws. So, for example, that's an argument about voter ID being racist. Usually, if you have to register to vote, you show your ID at that point, and then requiring ID.
Hold on. What law?
And requiring ID.
She's providing examples.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of an example. So, like, you have to show your ID to register in the first place, and then when you go to vote, they find your name or whatever in the registration to then require showing your ID at that point. Those laws are created to disincentivize people or prevent people who historically don't have these IDs with them to vote. Like, they are made by typically Republicans to lower black votes on election day.
I'm sorry.
So there are
exchange students being kept out of high level universities because of the color of their skin. Was that racist?
Yes, it was absolutely racist.
Good.
I'm
happy to hear that.
This is why I brought up earlier the fact that when the PTA sued the state government for making the forced busing integration law that they had post Civil Rights Act, because pre Civil Rights Act they were like, hey, we have to integrate the schools in Detroit. Our goal is integration. We can't keep living these segregated worlds. Let's make laws. Segregation is wrong. And then on the books, they went ahead and statewide put integration laws. They did that. After the Civil Rights Act, the PTA sued all.
Come on, we're living the ships. Come on, mute your mic.
Ara, mute yourself.
Those chips are gotta be delicious, though. Come on now.
I mean, yeah, they sound like kettle chips.
So they sued they sued the state government for how could they have a law in the book that discriminates based on race? Because the book said, well, we have to make sure there's a certain group of black kids here and white kids here, and we can't let. Okay, I'm gonna just serve and mute them. Why can I just
muted Overkilla. Overkilla, when you're done eating chips, just let us know. We'll unmute
and
you.
just make sure you might be new to Discord, but just make sure you're muted when you're eating, please. Thank you.
So what ended up happening was that they sued them, God, for the 5th time, and after they sued them, they effectively stopped integration between this in Detroit. Detroit till today is one of the most segregated areas in the country. And a big part of that is that they won their integration law case because were not willing to have their white kids go to school with black kids. That's what they said. And they successfully sued the federal government. So in there you have a specific law that was meant to stop segregation, to stop racism, end up being stricken down because of specific federal language about the fact you cannot write any law that mentions race or something like that. That would be a way in which laws can affect the system. But that law itself is not racist, right?
No, I'd say that's pretty racist. If you're segregating people based on race, that's what I'm saying. But so I guess I don't know enough about the population of Detroit. If
I one time so back in what was it, 2009, I was going to my friend's church, and my friend and his family, they're black, and I'm going to their Pentecostal church, and we're all dressed up and driving to church, and a police officer pulls them over. Right? And it's like, where are you going and stuff like that. And he obviously didn't have a good reason to pull them over.
What was the reason given?
And then I swear to God, and this is in California in 2009.
What's happening?
Sorry. And he goes and he looks at me in the back seat and he's like, "You okay, ma'am?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." So I understand this shit exists. The problem is that sometimes people put it on everything, absolutely everything. Now it exists. It's a problem. It needs to be spoken about.
I mean, some of those,
everything being a microaggression against race becomes a problem.
Who are you talking about? Are you talking about the multicolored?
This happened to me. I'm sorry.
Hang on.
I was driving in a car with my friends and got stopped by a cop, and it was an unjust fucking literally stopped them all built black.
How do you know it had anything to do with them being black? Was my first question.
Well, because I was the only white person in the car, and he looked at me.
No,
and
come on.
Are you okay, ma'am? No, I swear to God,
This is literally an argument from
2009.
Ignorance. I can't explain it by any other way than just racism. Therefore, it's racism. I feel like the one person that you're critiquing is the person that you're speaking like.
He pulled them over. There was no reason. They weren't speeding. They weren't doing anything wrong. He was just scanning, he didn't do anything. He asked for their license and registration, didn't give a reason for freaking pulling them over.
I think the point is they're making a lot of assumptions.
Okay, yeah, I was definitely assuming that cop was fucking racist as hell. I was assuming he was pulling over my friend's wall.
How do you know his vehicle, your vehicle description wasn't already noted by the police, they needed to follow up the Toyota Camry?
I have no fucking clue, but when he looked at me and asked me if I was okay, we were in our church clothes.
No, but Evil brought up, well, who cares if you're in your church clothes? Church-going people commit just as many crimes as other people.
And ties and dresses, and one of the ladies had her fancy hat on. I don't know.
I don't think it really matters.
We're searching for relevance here. I've been pulled over at least twice and didn't get a ticket, and I didn't do anything. And at the end of the traffic stop, they basically told me I didn't.
A cop should never pull you over without a damn reason.
I've been pulled over for no good reason at least twice now, And do you think there was do you think they thought I was black because it was at night, or maybe there's an invisible black person they pulled me over for? Like, I'm searching for the relevance here. To the
I don't know. I think
I have a point that might help her argument a little bit.
Go ahead.
I do have a point.
Go ahead.
So Terry stops are a thing that cops can do. They are legally within the right to do that, absolutely. But oftentimes
they can't Terry stop your car.
It's fucked up.
Yes, they do.
Let them finish speaking. Get their point out.
So they do. It is a tool they use in policing all the time, and often it is, well, bias. Every cop has their own biases that we can vet all we like, but there's still going to be some problematic ones that get through. And of course, a lot of it does come down to racial profiling sometimes in these Terry stops. And that's,
I'm confused. Do you think a Terry stop is a bad thing? Like, Terry stops aren't. You can't just Terry stop anyone. You have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime. It's not just like a stop and frisk law.
No, absolutely. But listen, we have to bring up the fact that there are some shady folks in law enforcement sometimes that do some stuff that isn't quite right. All right, that's a sad fact.
I don't know. It was definitely not quite right. It's
a lot of hypotheticals.
Okay, it's a lot of hypotheticals.
No, it is a sad fact that does happen. Right. Stuff like that does happen here in America, and that it sucks.
Besides, you're missing my point. My point is that racism does exist, and this shit does exist. But that doesn't mean everything is racist. It doesn't mean everyone is racist.
You're the one making everything racist without evidence.
That's what
you're the one who looks at a situation where you get poor. You're the one who's looking at a situation. Yeah, I know that you were trying to make a point, but you bit yourself in the foot.
I'm the one who went through it. I know what I witnessed. I know who I was in the car with. I know how that cop was behaving, and it was fucking racist. I can't explain it.
Wait, how do you not know that was not just your emotions?
We all knew it was racist. Fuck, he even looked at me like, why the fuck I was riding in the car?
Star, do you not realize what's happening? Don just said it perfectly. You're doing exactly what you're criticizing the DEI, quote unquote CRT people of doing.
Wait. Oh, so by your own experience, wouldn't that?
By my own experience, a cop should never fucking pull over a car without giving them a good damn reason why.
Let him finish the question.
Sure. So by your own experience, don't you think we should probably teach high schoolers who are taking college classes about CRT?
I have no problem with talking about racism and bringing awareness to it. I have a problem if it starts being taught as everything that happens to you is because of racism.
Which is not CRT.
So your stance is kind of confusing.
So you're okay with CRT then because that's not CRT.
Yeah. What she's bringing up is the bastardization of CRT.
Misapplication.
It's being used on college campuses too, because you'll see it's wild. It's wild to see. They will actually have CRT classes that teach correctly. They do teach correctly, but it gets misinterpreted by some of the students who have their far ideologies that don't line.
Should we stop teaching biology? Like, should we stop teaching genetics? Some people go too far in genetics.
Well, yeah.
I think it shouldn't be on taxpayer dollars. That certain things like that not everyone can agree on that belongs in the school. We need to keep it to the basics.
No,
so I should not be able to use my GI Bill.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Why shouldn't I be able to use my GI Bill?
I think we should keep politics out of school. That's what I'm saying. Aside from
CRT is not political.
Politics.
And politics should definitely be in school.
That's
political science,
civics classes,
political theory, government, how these things function,
civics.
Private schools can do all that all they want. Colleges can do all that all they want, but what is provided by taxpayer dollars, it shouldn't shift your child any particular political leaning.
I think there's a difference between opinionated, but making an opinionated statement inside of a politics class in high school, rather than just having teaching your child about politics. There's a difference.
Yeah, that's a huge difference.
I think that was
when I was in junior high, we didn't have a special racism class, but racism was discussed. Racism was discussed. I knew what prejudice was when I went to 7th grade, and the teacher literally wrote down on the whiteboard the word prejudice and asked, does anyone know what this means? It means to prejudge. How often do you prejudge someone? We had this conversation for about a week, but there wasn't huge...
I'm interested here though. Like, would you say like what you went through when you went through school and high school? That's what it should be, right? We can go back 20 years before, 20 years after.
All I know is that I knew right from wrong when it came to being prejudiced, like what was okay or what wasn't okay. I learned that in school. My teachers taught me, but maybe it wasn't taught around the United States. But I knew right from wrong. I knew not to be racist. It was taught.
It sounds like you had to be taught.
Yeah, but right
we didn't have a whole fucking class set aside. You know, like English math class.
But but hold on. Right from wrong. Like if we go back to the 1950s and we look at the South, everybody was totally on board with its right to segregate
on, like,
fucking
modern
kitchen counters.
Dude, I think we all agree on a modern.
Literally, we were taught that like you treat people the same and you don't prejudge. I was literally saying like.
But you weren't.
I grew up in the fucking 90s. I wasn't in the 50s.
But you've never learned about systemic racism.
You're missing my point.
No, I'm telling you, there's no way in hell it is necessary for junior high or high school for it to be a mandatory class for an entire fucking year to learn about racism in order to get the point across. Don't be a fucking racist.
One second. Let's talk about education.
Sorry.
Let's talk about education real quick. Should preschoolers be learning about geometry? Should preschoolers have a geometry class?
No. Not geometry, no.
Preschoolers, though, learn about geometry. They learn the names of shapes. They learn how to draw them. And then in first grade and second grade...
geometry, though. They're not doing a high school geometry class. That's a misleading question.
No,
it's not. That is geometry.
I asked that question that way to highlight the absurdity. I wrote it to highlight the absurdity of saying people don't need a racism class. Maybe. It could be that just like you have AP Euro and advanced placement U.S. history, there needs to be a year where we have a type of anthropology or sociology class in high school that lets people develop these ideas further. And throughout their continuing education, all the way from elementary school to high school, these ideas get taught properly. So when you do enter high school, you don't just think to yourself, all of this doesn't make any sense, because you need to learn the basic language, the basic ideas, and the basic forms throughout your education. This is why you have prerequisites in college. This is why when you go and get your bachelor's degree, you don't just learn one specific skill and technical skill, you learn a broad range of knowledge to prepare you for master's level work and therefore PhD level work. It builds upon itself. So yes, you need to teach this stuff to kids. It's super important.
I agree.
CJ.
So you think an entire year of an set period of...
CJ has hand up.
Oh.
Yeah, first off, Star, that's just not happening at any high school I know of. If you want to put it in the chat, go ahead. But the question I was going to ask is mostly for here. If there's a class, like a world religions class, that teaches about Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, Catholicism, and whatever religion in there, is it teaching people to follow that religion, or is it teaching people about that religion?
That's an elective, right?
It's an objective. It's not forced upon you, and it's just
these are
as long as your school. My high school didn't teach any of the other any of the other religions. It focused solely on Christianity and biblical history. That's what that class was, and I was firmly against
go to a private
the fact that we didn't have. No, absolutely not. Public.
No, okay, yeah.
And I firmly disagreed with that. I firmly disagreed with that.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is, and to continue from that point, all I'm saying is that the CRT stuff is like that. They're not telling people you need to do this, you need to act like this. It's just a description of a way of thinking. It's not telling people that you need to think like this.
Is it an elective, like when you take a Spanish class or a French class or an art class or I don't know what
Depends
what
on
they
your major.
teach.
It depends on your major.
Yeah, it depends where you're at. At my school, we don't have a CRT class, but we have to go through some of the literature or our courses. I guess you could ignore it and take a 0 for that one if you really want it. But like,
but children shouldn't have to make that choice.
If you're saying that there's a K-12 school that is making it mandatory, the first thing you have to do is evidence this school that's doing that before you start railing against CRT being in schools mandatory. That's your cross to bear, not mine.
Usually it's in a history class. It's not like its own class, but
No, absolutely. And I think the history classes are just where we need to keep it. We need to keep the civil rights movement and Malcolm X and all the like history that they've gone through in this country. We need to keep that in our classrooms, absolutely, but we shouldn't force I think, because there's a lot of debate amongst what CRT is, clearly. I mean, clearly not for you. You obviously know what it is. I got you, dog. I know. But some people don't. And thank you for educating us on that tonight. Absolutely. But the fact that some teachers might get it confused and might start pushing beliefs. And you see this a lot in our school system now.
Star, let her finish.
I'm sorry. It's just, if they're not
No,
teaching...
Star, let her finish. Don't say Star
no.
Keep going. Let her finish.
Like, I don't see why we need to force some things that can be politically twisted or, like, strong-arm other people into certain ideologies and lead them down certain... That you see a lot in the left, because when I used to be a left-wing extremist, I'm not joking either. Like, I was deep in it. I was woke. And
same here.
I'm not understanding how it's forced, because like, you know, I'm presented with ideas
in friend groups, because you find it's a rabbit hole.
Well, I feel like this is a move. I feel like that's a move away from the school forcing it, because like you were talking about forces and the school was forcing this on someone, but like
no, but absolutely.
I was in many classes. I was in many classes where like a teacher would share something I disagreed with quite strongly, and I was able to vocalize like, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that interpretation. Yeah. Or like I literally told my teachers like, this assignment is bullshit because you're making me color in atoms, right? Like I was not forced into any ideology. I was not forced into any point of view. I was always encouraged to have my own, and to like, I argued with my teachers constantly. So this idea that like school is forcing students into something, to me is just so alien.
When did you graduate?
I'm looking it up. It says it's
I graduated in 2005.
Okay.
It's not a standalone.
I graduated 2022, and it was wild. Going through high school in the pandemic was absolutely wild. And there was a lot of woke mentality. I was woke, but
what's the force?
I graduated in 22 also, and there was no woke. It depends where you're at.
Yeah.
Well, now we're gonna get. Now we've opened the big can of worms of what is woke, because that is one of these terms. It's like love. Everyone's got their own conceptualization of woke, and
I hate woke. There's nothing woke
what do you
about
mean?
woke.
Hang on.
It's virtue signaling with no damn virtue. That's what woke is.
What do you mean by woke?
Well, the way I see it, woke is people who get offended over every little thing and go on their little crusade. Virtue signaling.
So you're
with
woke.
No damn virtue.
You are woke.
Sorry, you're woke. I'm sorry.
You're woke.
I'm woke.
I'm just bugging you.
Okay. I would argue she was right when it came to virtue signaling.
Yeah, but do you know who I hear virtue signal even more and louder? Right-wing pundits on Twitter.
Yes.
Well, hold on, guys.
Dude,
like,
right wing is like
I'm
so
always going to be
virtue
too
signaling.
far right for the left and too far left for the right.
Can someone virtue signaling is not inherently bad. Like, it's you have to make the argument that like
did you
the virtue
see that
signal
I
is
said
bad for some reason.
after that with no damn virtue?
No, but
like
hang on.
virtue signaling with no
so it's not
damn
the virtue that's the problem. It's the lying. It's the deception.
Yes.
Personally,
and
the
also
virtue signaling I'm referring to is the toxic overzealous. type.
Okay, but
where it's
are not
Continue,
the toxic, overzealous types all
doing it
over
to be
politics?
cool, not because they actually care.
No, but you guys like a lot of time what I hear is people say that like wokeness is on the left. And then they describe it with things like people who virtue signal, people who are like, overzealous about their ideas. And all of a sudden I start thinking about like the religious political pundits that yell and scream into the TV.
Yes, they're idiots.
So like,
see, I would say we have extremists on both sides. Absolutely.
Indeed.
Absolutely. We do. Like as someone who grew up in an area where there is still KKK. Yeah, there's extremists on both sides. Absolutely.
But then usually people are like, but right now it's more on the left. And no, I have colleagues, very, very smart, educated, highly intelligent people who've written best-selling books on political theory, all kinds of things. And they will say, but it's more on the left now. And I'm like, wait a second, that's an empirical claim. Where are you getting that? No, just Trav, look around you. No, that's not, man, you don't know who I am. That's not going to cut the cake with me.
The woke left is louder.
No, it's not. If you are fed that in your algorithms, it's going to sound louder. Like if you're seeing all these like, oh, so-and-so pwns this leftist in your algorithm and you get those posts on Twitter and all kinds of things, you're going to think that it's like those people are being louder. But I don't see that. I see everyone doing
that
it.
I live in a state that is so far left, it's disgusting. And I actually see people in real life behave like that.
What's disgusting about it? Let's get specific.
Oh, no.
And where do you live? And we'll study the state. Let's get it right.
Okay. I live in the state of California,
Okay.
Let's say near LA. Okay, not in LA, but near LA, and that's as much as you get from me online.
I don't need your actual digits. That's
That
fine.
being said, everyone is highly like going and being like, I identify as any group of people, right?
What's wrong with
basically
that?
everyone is compartmentalizing themselves and then doing this us versus them mentality of who has the biggest victim card. I don't care what group you're in, but they're always pushing it like, and then like they fake concern, but there is never any genuine heart to it. It's just for show. And they take pictures of each other doing stuff, and then like it's all an act. And it's gross. I don't know what to say. It's gross.
So-
it's gross, and I'm disgusted by it. My neighbors do it, and they're right next door to me.
Okay.
And I swear, they don't give a damn about anyone except what the internet thinks about them. And
Okay, but-
how many victim cards they can pull.
Just maybe you're maybe you're grafting your experience with your neighbors and applying it to the general mean, like you're grafting that onto the general mean, because like again, like if we try to find data on like how widespread wokeness is, it's like an impossible task to try because it's such an ill-defined like suitcase term that like everyone can put whatever they want in it, so long as like the suitcase is intact, that there's some kind of framework.
To me, wokeness is virtue signaling with no damn virtue. I don't know how else to point it out other than fakeness.
So you just said
caring.
that wokeness is true to me and it's also true to you. That means someone else with just different subjective virtue tastes, let's say who's not a Christian, like you are, like me. Yep. I'm an atheist with my own secular virtue ethics. You might say that this is completely lacking virtue because it doesn't for these reasons, but I would say no, it does, and so then you and I would then have different versions of wokeness, and there's nothing. Then there's no way to measure.
Care about the homeless that doesn't care about the homeless.
What's
Do you
that?
think that even though you're an atheist and I'm a Christian, if we watched someone, I don't know, go and post some type of YouTube video or what the fuck ever, going like, I care about the homeless, and you're like, yeah, no, they don't, because they're like the second they turn off the camera, they don't give a damn.
Why would you think that they don't?
I don't think that it's literally when people fake the concern. It doesn't matter.
Honestly, I believe that you are making a figment of a person. I believe
think
this
so
is some
too.
straw man.
Okay,
You are
I've seen it
constructing.
too many
One
times.
second. I live in New York. I live in New York
All right.
City. I know you're talking about the vain TikTok stars who walk around. I know people live in California. I've been to LA. I talk to a lot of people. I get to know them. Even people who on their surface have a little bit of vanity to them because they're into the pomp and circumstance of things are complex human beings with many virtues and follies. And what you're doing is you're taking a person in a crude way, making their humanity so shallow to borderline dehumanize them and call them disgusting because you don't like it. You are taking your own feelings and you are literally being prejudiced. You are literally being prejudiced against people. No, you talked about individuals. Now you're talking about the movement. You are shifting left to right, up and down, right and up. You are shifting and moving and dodging and weaving, and you're going to need to solidly sit down on a specific claim because this bizarre, not even a gish gallop. I don't even know what it is. It's just unhinged at this point. Focus up, make a claim, and defend it.
Brett,
I am making my claim. It's when people pretend to care and they don't, and they do it in order to be popular online.
And
that's Trump's whole campaign.
Isn't that Trump's big thing? Yeah. Anyways,
that's exactly.
I could ask a question about from Star real quick.
Can we go Brett first? Brett was next.
Brett's been trying to get in. Yeah, Brett, go ahead, man.
So number one, Trav does that for Season of Giving, and he does that to promote awareness to people. And last year he delivered over 8,000 meals, right, Trav?
Yeah.
13,000. 13,000.
Well, 13,000 to date, but last year was 8,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was genuine. Like, people are on the streets, they're hungry, they're not getting things to eat, and like, he's not doing that for virtual signaling. He's doing that because people need to see that there are people out there doing good things, and that can inspire others.
Okay, but you can see that he's being genuine. There's a sense of genuine, like he's genuinely giving a damn.
Yes, there could be fake people online. The point about California that I think is if we're being fair about all states around the country, the equivalent of saying that California is a terrible state because of
I live in it.
liberal politics or whatever it is. I live in it too, and it's not. I've been to terrible states that have higher crime rates. I've been to many bigger cities that have a lot higher murder rates, that are telling women that you can't have an abortion past conception. I think it's a bad thing we're doing where we say all of Appalachia is trash, all of California is horrible. It's not helping our country. And the politics, the point of it, let's just talk about a topic going on. That's why Don was trying to say.
My whole point is the extremism in certain states when it comes to certain parties. It's literally the extreme left or the extreme right.
Yes.
And that's my point, is sometimes it gets too extreme on one of the party lines. And I'm getting like extreme progressive over here, extreme wokeism, and I'm seeing it, and it's too much.
Okay, so to Don's point earlier, since I'm done now, Trav, that was my point, is to make a claim about something that's occurred so that we could talk about the evidence and what has exactly occurred with it. Because if I make a comment on Northern California where I live about shelterless people just being dirty all the time and all the Bay Area cities are trash, that's not helping the humanity with the people. And it's not helping bring a claim forward that we can investigate together and talk about as a conversation, from my perspective.
Okay, well, down one of my streets is in a pretty bad part of town. There's quite a few homeless, right? And there's a place, it's a rescue mission that's down that aisle, right? And I'm dropping off some stuff over there. It doesn't matter what I was dropping off. I was dropping off some stuff over there. And I watched some people come out of their, God, what's the name of that vehicle? It's really big and obnoxious. Anyways, and it's very, like, nice paint. I forget the name of freaking vehicle.
Hummer.
Whatever the case is they came out of their car and started taking photos with a homeless guy. Right? They started taking photos with a homeless guy and going and talking on their little phone. I watched them do this because he's literally waiting for the rescue mission to open up. And they did it like they were pretending and being all friendly on the phone to him and trying to talk to him like they were interested in stuff. The second they turned off the camera, they turned their and it was this couple, right? Anyways, and then they turned off their damn camera, and they basically went and like all of a sudden they weren't friendly with the guy, and they're like, okay, all right, bye. And they threw $2 on the ground. On the ground. They didn't even hand it to him. They were just doing it to see, I am slumming it with the homeless people.
Yeah, well, it sounds like they're not going about that correctly, but there's nothing wrong with street epistemology with people who are homeless if they agree to be on film. There is a problem if you're withholding, like if you have goods, like I give out a lot of food and supplies whenever I can, and if you're withholding that food in order to get an interview and you're like, no, you can't have it unless you give me an interview, then that is a serious problem.
They didn't ask him for an interview. They just started filming him.
Okay, well,
I think that's just exploitative action. It's exploitative for the I would say the spectacle that is the internet now.
Have you guys talked to many homeless people? Have you guys talked to many homeless people on the street?
Yes.
Okay, I do it a lot.
I have.
And next time you talk to them, ask them if they feel if it's exploitive to them to have a filmed conversation with them, and tell me what their response is, because I'd be really interested to know. Never in my history of having conversations with people on the street has a homeless person...
His name was Desert Dan, and he didn't like it.
What?
And I know who he is.
He didn't like it? Okay. Then
he didn't like it. I was pissed for Desert Dan. You gotta, you think I don't know who the person's name?
So you actually
give a damn and know who they are, by name.
That's fine.
Can identify them.
That's fine. I'm just saying in my history of doing this a lot, having conversations with people on the street, sometimes filmed. If you go about this, kindly, it didn't sound like this was done in a kind fashion, but you talk to people, and you tell them, and then you tell them what you're interested in talking to them about. These are human beings who, for the most part, can think rationally just like you and give consent for things that they want to do, which includes having a film conversation about you about issues or about all kinds of different things.
No, they were literally just asking him dopey ass stuff and they were just being jackasses.
Okay.
They didn't even ask him if they could film.
Okay, then
you see a lot of harassment on homeless people.
They really do.
Yeah, you got, and again,
I work out in a touristy area.
Again, you guys are, there's these claims happening where it's just like, there is so much of this happening to this group.
When it comes to the homeless, I used to do it constantly. Trust me.
No, I'm not interested.
The homeless community, nothing I don't know.
I'm not interested in your anecdotes when you make claims about giant groups. Go ahead, Casey.
I'm confused because we seem to have jumped around on the topic. So we're going from wokeism to homeless people suffering, which I
was talking about the little film star brats.
Let Casey finish, Star.
Stop interrupting people.
All right, I'm sorry. I was talking about those people acting woke. To me, that's wokeism, what they were doing.
Star. Just let Casey finish. Casey, please go ahead and finish.
Homeless people have been exploited and harmed for as long as they've existed. So I just don't understand how this is relating to wokeism.
Internet is literally bringing out the brattiness.
Nope. Star, we're going to Don after that.
Okay. Fine.
Don, are you trying to get in right now, or are you frozen?
he might be frozen. Is Don unfrozen?
I think his screen is frozen. I thought I saw it moving a bit.
My point was those kids were being quote unquote woke for a TikTok video. And it was fake virtue signaling.
Okay, but what side of the political spectrum were they on?
Well, I can judge based on how they were dressed and make an assumption, especially considering where I live.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Can I bring the conversation
feelings?
Notice how I didn't say what their political ideology was, but what I assumed it was.
Just real quick, Brett wants to get in. Right after that, it's going to be 863-224 after Brett.
Okay. That's fine. Go ahead.
I was just going to say this election should prove that our assumptions you should be really cautious with those. And regardless of political ideology, I think we could all agree in this room that was a crappy thing they did. But to say that that's what all people online are doing, and all people online that are doing are liberals, to me that's overgeneralizing. But I don't want to take up more time.
I said woke,
yes.
And I said fake virtue signaling. Like no virtue, pretending to have virtue. To me, that's what woke is.
So if I made the claim that Democrats have been the champions of intersectionalism, and that has put most people off, as most people see each other as individuals, would you say that's a false claim?
Intersexual I don't know what intersexualism is.
It's not sexual. It's intersectional, like a section, right?
Oh, putting everyone in boxes instead of dealing with the individuals? Yeah, I feel that way quite often. Yeah, I feel like the left likes to do that a lot.
Because
put everyone in
individuals are
boxes.
made up of all of these intersections, though. It's okay. Like you have said yourself that you're okay with being put into certain boxes, like a woman, right?
But that's like chalking someone up to be just a stereotype of what you think they should be. That's what that reads to me.
It's integrating all of these aspects of yourself as an individual.
It's also monolithizing these groups. And I say groups. I don't believe that people say the black community all the time. I hate that term so much because what even is the black community? It's not a community because people think differently. They have free thought, free will. They're black people, yes. That's it. They're just black people.
So what does it mean to you?
People are more than their labels.
Yeah, no, but you guys, that's not what people are talking about. Like when you hear let's say a rapper on TV saying that this song I just released is for the black community. What do you think they mean by that?
I feel like it's
okay. Overkill Arya is fucking up with her mic again. Yeah, but sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I feel like that's not really for me to judge who they mean when they say that because not me. White is a ghost. But to put it bluntly, I don't see why we have to make a gross generalization like that, saying like, oh, the black community, as if it's just we all agree on one thing. Oh yeah, they all think the same type thing. I think it's a bit too much. It's a bit too far.
You think
we see that a lot.
Here, I wrote out this song for the white community. You know, for all my great white brothers and sisters.
I can define black community real quick. It's very simple, actually. A black community refers to a type of like collective identity or group of people who share African or African diasporic heritage.
Yes.
It can be similar to like Ashkenazi groups or Mizrahi groups from like a Jewish place. So it shares like cultural identity. They have a shared history. They also have geographic communities, right? Black people tend to live amongst other black people and vice versa. And social and political entities. So they share art, music, literature generally. They're descendants of enslaved Africans and other African descendants who experience similar history and their parents have in this country. Geographic communities, right? Like majority black neighborhoods, cities, and regions where African descendants concentrated, and also a type of social and political entity as these groups tend to elect members of similar races as well. So they have representatives who generally represent black communities. This is where the term the black community comes from, as an over-encompassing term to talk about all of these different groups together who are majority black, who congregate politically, culturally, and historically.
Yeah.
I think there's nothing wrong with associating with your culture, right? But it's when your identity becomes all wrapped up in only that, and you lose your individuality, or you become just that, or some kind of like it's going and taking and minimalizing what that person is, and trying not to deal with them as an individual. It's like, if I keep on putting you in all of these boxes, then I don't need to get to know who you are.
I don't think that happens, and I don't think that's how people engage with one another. It's like
Actually, I have a good example.
All of the black people I've ever... Okay, Salty, go ahead.
Sorry, but like, I think that's one of the reasons that the left has lost this election this go around, because they were too confident that, oh yeah, black people will vote for us, because we literally have that clip of Biden, like, you ain't black if you don't vote for me, stuff like that, and how they were bullying the black men to vote for Kamala, or you don't respect your women type things. And it's the narrative they've been pushing, and no wonder people pushed back against that narrative and decided, you know what, maybe Orange Man rad, Orange Man good. Maybe.
I didn't even like Orange Man, but I agree that Orange Man better than...
Hold on. When you look at it this way, and you look at the narrative that Trump is pushing versus what you're saying the left is pushing, like, how is there even any sort of congruence when you're going to say, like, oh no, this is why the people, like, went for Donald Trump? Like,
what narrative is he pushing that you think that these marginalized groups should hate him for? What narrative is he pushing, please?
Dude, Donald Trump, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Donald Trump is fundamentally a divisive politician. I mean, if you don't see that in his own words and behavior, I just don't.
He's a Twitter ranger for sure.
Kamala Harris pretending to be every race.
Oh my God! Murderers in their genes. They're murderous in their genes. Donald Trump has unironically said that the people who come over the border are murderous in their genes.
Yeah,
okay, so this is the reason why I expected people from Latin America and Mexico, and maybe I'm a dumb liberal cunt or whatever the fuck you want to call me. Maybe this is why I expected them to be like, yeah, I'm not genetically murderous, or maybe they were all like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm a murderer, Aztec. I don't know how they took it, but yeah, maybe that's why I expected it.
Yeah, like dangerous.
You know that all the races, the one race that voted for Kamala more so was white people. The Hispanics and the black people started going towards Trump or whatever.
But they still majority voted for Kamala. They still majority voted for Kamala.
There's no place. There's literally no place, not a single county in America where Kamala overperformed Biden.
There are too many. You guys, let's slow. You guys,
hold on. Trump won because of young white men.
You guys, let's slow down the claims. My head's gonna explode if we don't check these claims.
Oh my God! Yes. Yeah, I'm getting chest palpitations.
Let me pull up the map on that one. Hold on.
Yeah, let's look up young white men and how they turned for Obama Trump in an extreme manner. Benson, go ahead.
Yeah, Brett. Yeah.
Scott, while you're looking,
be careful with the search. Young white men that turned for Obama.
Okay, guys, something I have to share with everyone in here, and I'm sorry. I teach high school history, so there's a lot of these social topics I have to look up on a regular basis. But part of the reason why those communities were created, I hope you know, was because of the ostracization by white people. Correct. Like, do we understand that as a fundamental history that in our country, like, the immigrant has always been the fear factor, that Chinese exclusion, black exclusion, etc. Like, I'm sorry, those communities formed because of many reasons. People wanted to live together or whatnot, but also others. I don't want to bore you with that, but I just want to throw that out there, that there's a reason why people have had to identify with certain groups for so long because they had to stick together in some parts for survival.
Here's a real interesting point, Brett. So the immigration policy in the United States up until the Chinese Exclusion Act was you just came here and you lived here for a certain amount of time, and as long as you didn't cause a problem, you became a citizen. It wasn't until like they started importing Chinese people to build railroads that the U.S. Congress, mostly based off of like Southern congressional votes, passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, which said that Chinese people cannot be citizens of the United States. If we're like, this is the whole point of like CRT. Like, if you don't understand the systematic fucking application of why we have these rules we have now, like I just don't even know how to go anywhere, right? Like, we're not dealing with a tabula rasa, right? Like, it's not like every decade it's a tabula rasa, and we're just dealing with whatever happens now.
Time is linear. You're talking about the past. No one alive was no one that made that policy is still alive anymore. No one that possibly affected is still alive anymore. It's gone.
Correct. Yeah. So, like, people who passed the Magna Carta, even though they've been gone for however long, obviously that has no effect on current times.
By the way, Scott was around when the Magna Carta was passed.
I was, yeah. I mean, that's a tight fucking criticism, dude. So good.
Anyways,
what lasting document having influence on documents that are still relevant does excluding Chinese people from being citizens have?
It's ripple effects in history.
Correct.
Can you give a more tangible example, please?
No. Just listen for a second, please.
It's listening for a very long time.
Okay.
I've been pretty quiet.
I apologize. I don't mean to be condescending. I'm a little tired. It is ripple effects. Cool. Yeah. Seeing humanity in each other, right? It's ripple effects. We're not literally seeing racialized laws or sexist laws in the United States today. If they are shown up in that way, they'll go to court. The company will be sued. The housing market, or who's ever selling housing, when housing used to be barred for black people in many neighborhoods in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, that part may be over. What you're seeing at certain points with gentrification or just mix-ups of different areas, or how property taxes affect schools in given areas, whether it's a poor, rich area, whatever it is, you're seeing ripple effects from the past. And part of the issue is that I'm not trying to blame myself for past things, looking at my skin of where I would have been, 50, 60 years ago. I'm saying that we have to understand that history to know where the country has got to have an honest conversation about it.
Correct.
And yes, we should not point fingers at each other, but there is a portion of our electorate who does not believe, and it does not, their family's history not too far back to say, like, nothing that was wrong about segregation. Sexism is a liberal communist lie from the 60s. And we have to challenge that because it's not factually accurate. It's a talking point.
We agree, but even on the right, are they really? What kind of numbers are we talking about? Talking about like the 10% of the Republican Party thinks?
I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know the percentage of it, but it's enough of a social thing that, like, if people. I think that those kind of conversations are necessary. And like Starr said earlier, when the extremes go to talk, the one extreme says that doesn't matter anymore. And the other extreme says it's just as bad as it was when slavery was around. And so where is a rational conversation in the middle? Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that would be it.
Please give me something more than ripple effect. I mean, the Magna Carta is relevant today because it influenced, for example, the American Constitution, which is still relevant and used document. The Magna Carta still forms the basis for the British, well, not ever written down, just British Constitution. That's why the Magna Carta is still relevant.
Three-fifths compromise.
More than ripple effects.
Okay. Housing policies. Do you know about redlining and Okay.
And how it
So-
affected not only blacks, but actually just more as pure numbers go, more are whites than blacks.
Potentially, yes, but again, the defensive point to say that we are not giving whites enough credit about where they've been persecuted in history is just not, like, as a white male in the entirety of the United States, like, there was literally a part of like 60 years where I couldn't have voted to not have, because I didn't have land. But
we got better. Go America.
Yes, it increased. But again, like, those ripple effects, people will say that there are certain neighborhoods around the country, and I don't want to bore or put traffic to sleep, but like,
no, it's all
like, but like, those still have had enough of effect of segregated neighborhoods where when you look at some areas and who has, like, I don't want to say generated wealth, but in school districts in California and whatnot, there is a vast disparity. Does that mean that every person who lives in a certain area has to have scholarships or whatever? I don't know. And I do take your point that people in many poverty-stricken areas can be different races.
There's so many things I want to say, but there's so many people in this feast. I don't know.
Yeah,
what are the rules here?
It's I think we're gonna cap it there. So first thing I want to say is thank you to everyone who engaged today. I think it was a fantastic show. We got up to over 20,000 views on this show, and that's all because you guys all contributed some really interesting points and perspectives. Thank you for keeping things good faith and helpful. If you got a penalty and a timeout, no big deal. The idea is to come back and just be better if that does happen. I'm sharing the GoFundMe right now for the 5th annual Day of Giving here at Pangburn, where I take a lot of food based on what we can gather through donations to Hastings Street in Vancouver, and we just simply give it out. And if anyone can donate a little bit of money, a little bit goes a long way. Last year, Scott was the big donor with $1,500. Buck Tuckford here was the big
Tuckford.
big buck. We're I think we're close to 15% of our goal or something like that already. I like to usually do this on Christmas Day or in and around there. Please consider donating to that. Thank you all for joining us. We are going to do an episode soon focusing on Israel, Palestine. So we focused on Russia, Ukraine today. So Israel, Palestine is going to be a fiery one. Don't miss that one. And we're on our Discord server. Everyone who's still online here on Discord and everyone on YouTube who wants to join us, we have all these different off-air voice channels. We have the Tavern, which is a fun hotspot at night where a lot of people like to hang out. There's the Garden. If you want a more quiet, soft-spoken space, there's the Spa. There's the Art voice channel, philosophy, politics, science, sports. So you can use all these voice channels, and feel free to pop in there anytime when we're not live on the air, and you'll usually find an interesting conversation with someone, and you'll most probably run into Nivik, who's the who has unlimited conversational energy in the Pangburn universe. So he's our guy. He's not a bot, he's real. But anyways, thanks everyone. That was a lot of fun. Catch you next time. Woohoo.